I'll just take a minute to appreciate this amazing. Look at this place. I mean, we're in a jungle. How cool is that? Okay, so like, we've done so many impact conferences in like beautiful convention centers and these amazing venues, but to be in the jungle in one of the most beautiful countries in the world, Mexico, and to have the service and the Intel chip inside of KCOM, Nepal, Caroline, Shay, and our whole senior team, Paul and Keon, they executed this amazing event. And it's because of all of you it happened. Thank you. Like, the word special does not describe this moment, right? Like, this is something that we all work for our entire life, is to be around really smart people in a cool environment and to really, like, give back in a way. So that's what the thesis is of our conference. It's all around organizational leadership, right? A lot of us are at that 50-yard line in life, like personally and professionally. We've all seen it, we've done it, we've gone to the political events, we've gone to the corporate events, we've gone to the conferences, we've gone to those awesome beach resorts. But what is left, right? And so after tomorrow's conference, hopefully those answers will happen. You're gonna meet some of the greatest thought leaders in organizational leadership. I happen to do my master's degree in organizational leadership, and I don't know shit compared to the thought leaders that are presenting tomorrow. I really encourage all of you to spend the time to really listen to the content tomorrow. These are these people's life work. And it's a moment for you to learn and understand and grow in a way that you're not getting in your daily life and your daily career. And that's why I created Impact 50/50, okay? And it just so happens to be my 50th birthday tomorrow. So, well, technically it was yesterday, but as many people say, like, celebrate your 50th all month long. So with that, I just want to remind all of you a couple, like, housekeeping notes, okay? So, like, one, tomorrow at 7 a.m., beach walk, yoga. If any of you want to do that, it's included in the Impact experience, okay? So just dial 0 on your phone, or you'll get a text from your house manager, and they'll let you know about how to access yoga and beach walk. The spiritual health and the physical health is as important as the mental health, okay? The second thing is breakfast is included every single day that you're here. Make sure to take advantage of that because it's an epic, awesome breakfast. And that starts at 7 a.m. And then our conference Impact starts at 9:30 a.m. The program says 10. That 10 o'clock is when I start speaking. But get there at 9:30 to check in, get your lanyard on, sit down, have your computer in front of you, and get engaged with the content. It's going to be 6 hours long. There's going to be a gourmet lunch. But this is an important moment for a lot of the people speaking. We have our award-winning filmmaker, Nepal Arslan, who will be filming all of our thought leaders and also taking still photos that are going to help amplify these professionals in the work that they do. And at this moment, I'd like to invite you to our first of 3 epic dinners that is right behind me. And it wouldn't be right if I didn't take 1 minute to thank all of you for contributing. Everyone's like, well, how much does it cost? I'm like, it's kind of like tithing. It's like church. We just pass around a bucket, you know? Yeah, some years we lose money, some years we make money. Unlike churches, we have to pay taxes, okay? But the most important part of this opening remark is my wife, Kai, who has stuck by my side all these years through every Impact conference. And it's been hard. And we talked about it on the plane right here. It started with like 3 people in a hotel lobby. We just crashed their bar and we like did an award ceremony. And then it turned into an actual conference where Vince Waldman and Jeannie and all these people started investing into us. And all of you helped us take it to where we're at today. And it's such an awesome thing to have my wife on my side through all these crazy chapters, ups and downs. And fuck, I turned 50 at the same time, so let's have some dinner. Thank you guys. We're gonna play some music. Have a good time. Thank you so much.
So with that, I present to you Impact 53. We have a crasher.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It's just Tom Peck, you know, the CIO of Cisco Food Company. Anyways, hey, this was always a vision of mine to bring all of you right here in this jungle. I mean, look at where we're at. Look at this vibe. Isn't it so cool and different, right? So the vision of creating deeper relationships happens when you're far away from home. And we're not just far away from home, we're far away from civilization. So I hope you guys rested well last night. I loved the dinner. That was a killer start to it. You know, I was telling someone this morning, like, I went like this, and Carlos made the fireworks go right out of my hands. I felt like Elsa. Like, it was a real moment right there. So that was pretty awesome. I'm glad we could all experience that. Weather is totally cooperating. It was supposed to be raining last night and today, and so far so good. Although that could change because we are in the jungle. And if it does, make sure to look for those emails I'm sending you, because tonight's venue might shift to another place that's indoors. So just keep an eye on that. So IMA has been doing this for 20 years. We've traveled the world. So many of you, Vince, Jeannie, have traveled the world with me to do conferences in different countries to understand their societies, their politics, as well as their digital marketers and business people. And so we're doing that here in Mexico. We have a great relationship with the One and Only. The food here is awesome. The people are awesome. But we're going to learn about each other. And at this table are some of the most awesome stories in the world, whether it's a startup or someone that's doing something in their business. So for the next 6 hours, it might seem long. It's going to go fast. Pay attention to these speakers, get behind them, help them with their business, help them with whatever they're doing in their worlds. And that's what the IMA is all about. So for 12 years, we've been putting on this conference. We have a membership app, a media company, and a board of advisors of over 80 people. And this thing continues to rock. This app is something that Bala and I have been working on for 6 years. What you'll notice in here is you'll find the commonalities of the people that you've been meeting, and we're going to continue to mark that on your app. And if you don't already have it, we're going to send you the download link so you do have that in your pocket. So going all the way back to like 2011, I remember Jeannie was wearing this incredible dress. She made this big stunt with Hope Frank at the Mandarin Oriental. I mean, talk about just like walking the line of death here, right? Because I didn't have money. I had no idea what I was doing, but people like Jeannie and so many of you showed up to believe in the vision. And it all started with that event in Las Vegas, and it's taken us all the way here. And we have some surprises in store for this event, but also even for next year. Last year, we brought artificial intelligence to the ocean. It was an incredible collaboration of some of the best thought leaders in AI, but also what a killer venue of Lido House in Newport Beach. Many of you were there, and we partaked into some amazing events, and that was a blast. We had the Red Hot Chili Peppers, you know. Red Hot Chili Peppers are about 1.2 million. These guys are like 7,500, and they are better. We had a mind-blowing magician. Poor Anna, I mean, like, he like outed her ex-boyfriend, and her new boyfriend was sitting right there. It was awkward, but totally awesome. You know, we had live music, great weather. Again, some of the greatest leaders in artificial intelligence. And if you look at our AI report, it was one of the best. I mean, you look at TechCrunch and some of these other Wall Street Journal AI conferences, they didn't have the content we had. And you know, Palmer's house, I mean, Palmer's, what he revealed there on AI and defense was like a preview to what's really happening at Anduril, which is now worth over $14 billion, 2,600 employees in Costa Mesa, California. And of course, Blake Resnick, Craig Atkins' house. So we try and create these sort of moments. I mean, it's very hard to get the worldwide AI leader, Keith Stryer of NVIDIA, to come talk to a group. I mean, there's just so much governance in a company that big. They're bigger than the federal government, right? Like trillions of dollars. And he spoke at Impact. And that's the type of thought leadership we do, and the fun yacht events and the bonding opportunities. And at Mandarina, we did the beach walk this morning, the breakfast. This is going to be the content side, okay? This is the business conference, and you guys are going to all walk away as better leaders. So my vision of 50-50 was, hey, we're at that 50-yard line where we've discovered so much about ourselves and our businesses, yet all of us here are going to help us become better for that next 50, okay? Our shelf life is exactly that, right? So we want to be the best version of ourselves. Outdoor activities between 4 and 6, try and get to a swimming pool. I mean, there's like 7 of them on property. It's so awesome, right? But then get dressed and come to the big party tonight. That's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm really excited. Kameen and Mark have been dear friends of mine. These are some of the best thought leaders in organizational leadership. Kameen's going to take the personal side. Mark's going to take the professional side. They're both great great authors, great friends of ours, and Kameen has actually transformed me. So I'm a patient of hers, and let me tell you, it changed my life. And we have a collection of thought leadership here. After this event, Carson on our team is taking notes of everyone's speeches and taking little pieces of this and weaving it into one tapestry. It's going to be an awesome report, and we're going to distribute that to all of you. And of course, all of you have been nominated and appointed an Impact Award for your work in your industry, your work in leadership, and that is something that's really important to us at the IMAs, to broadcast that to our wider community and your industries. Dinner at Corral Pool Deck tonight, okay? Again, if it's raining like crazy, we're not going to drench you. We have a plan B, which is just as cool, but I won't reveal that until I actually know what that is. And then tomorrow, look, this place is all about excursions, so make sure you take advantage of those activities that we gave you, okay? That's part of this package. Like, take advantage. Do something you've never done. Go hiking, go horseback riding, like surfing. Something that you can only do here, take advantage of that. And these are just a few snippets on that. So we talked about why we're doing this. Again, it's all around organizational leadership. And with that, I welcome you to Impact 50/50. And the surprise reveal is next year we're going to do this in Washington, D.C. No matter how, yeah, it's going to be pretty badass. We have friends on both sides of the political spectrum, but you guys could probably guess where the stronger relationships are. So depending on how things go in November, either way, it's going to be absolutely awesome. We're talking White House tour, Capitol tour, access to Pentagon, defense. We're going to meet with the top leaders in our country. And we're going to do it at the Hay Adams, which is a very, very special venue. So I'm very excited. Yeah, it's pretty bitchin', right? Like, it's the only rooftop in Washington, D.C. that looks right down the center of the White House. And welcome to Impact 50/50.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bita Safari.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bita Safari. I'm the founder and the CEO of Gigo Clean Technology. Gigo Clean is an application that offers on-demand cleaning services. It's an Uber way of cleaning. A little bit about me. I was born and raised in Tehran, Iran. I was 4 when Islamic Republic revolution happened, and I was 8 when war started. That war took about 8 years, and I immigrated to US when I was 21. Today, I just want to share a memory of me being in United States Embassy in Turkey that really changed my life and shaped my philosophy about the leadership. In early 1990s, of course, there was no Zoom or appointment setting platforms, so we had to physically go to the embassies, fill out the application, pass our passports, and secure a date and time for the interview. The problem was we didn't have the US Embassy in Iran. So, because after revolution, embassies were closed, so we must go to one of the neighboring countries and apply there. In my case, I went to Turkey. Here I was, 21 years old, no money, no assets, no nothing, and I went there to apply for a visa. 3 o'clock in the morning, I showed up, stayed in line, and I secured a date and time for myself for a week later. From that point to the time of my interview, whoever I ran into tried to discourage me not to go. They advised me that this is the wrong decision because I don't have a chance to get granted for visa, and the rejection stamp will eliminate my opportunity to apply again or to go to any other countries. I decided to go. When I showed up, I saw a group of people, stacks of documents. They were having their bank statements, cash, everything with them. I had nothing. As I walked to the window of the person who was supposed to interview me, he called my name and he said, "Your documents, please." I said, "Well, I have nothing." So he looked at me, looked down again, and said, "Okay, so what are we doing here?" The guy who was, and I said, I want to go to the United States. So there was a guy next to me who was acting as a translator, and he said, okay, kid, here is the US Embassy. From here, people go to United States. They don't go to Australia. I said, okay, I get it, but I really want to go. And I said, well, as honest as possible, we lost everything. I'm on my own, but I go to Sheriff University of Technology. And that was it. I knew that there was no more room to have anything anymore because the guy probably had made his decision. But while I was talking, there was another gentleman who was passing by. From the way that others reacted to him, I realized that probably he has a higher level of authorities there. He walked to the window and told me, okay, you want to go to the state? I said, yes. He said, tell me why. I don't know how and where I did get the strength to talk. I said, I want to go because I want to scale myself. I'm looking for opportunities. I want to help people. I want to build schools. I want to deliver books, a lot of them. And I'm going to work hard. And I want to wear white clothes. Because back in the time in Iran, women were only supposed to wear darker colors. Black, dark brown, dark gray, and navy. You look great in white. Thank you. So he continued and said, okay, if I give you visa, can you promise me something? Deliver this moment forever and stand by the promise that you are making. I did. So from that moment on, 27 years later, when I was writing the business plan for GigaClean, the first few sentences was, I want to have a company that both employees and customers thrive. I want to preserve the environment, and I want to help as many people as possible. So GigaClean, a strategy of leadership, was shaped based on ethics, resiliency, and innovation. It is so hard to stand behind those words, but as I promised to that gentleman, that I don't know his name, I never got a chance to shake his hand. I learned that if I stay true to myself, if I speak my mind, and if I work hard, I will get to where I want to be. As Roy Disney says, when values are clear, plans are easy. For good leaders, they are going to shine when they set correct values. They lead the company toward the goal of the company, stay true to themselves, and make right decisions. So I thought to share this story because obviously you guys don't need me to tell you what the good leaders are, as you guys are great leaders, but I thought to just share this, that gentleman really set my standards on that day and helped me to become who I am today and be here today. So that's it. Thank you. I'm done.
Next up, we have Olivier Lemagnon, who will be talking about building high-performing organizations and leaders.
I'd like to start engaging with the people in the room with a little icebreaker. This one's for Grant. He's going to understand why. So my name is Olivier Lemagnon, and most of you in the room have two certainties in life: death and taxes. I have three. I'm a father of 6 children, not the father of my 3 stepchildren. And after the 6, I realized I had a third certainty, which is that if I had another child, there was going to be a boy, his name would not be Philip. But think about it. For short, his name would be Phil Le Mignon. That's just way too cruel. All right, now let's talk about organizations and leadership. So we're talking about high performing. What does that mean to you? In your company as a leader, what do you focus on more or most? Is it your team, your employees? Is it your customers? Is it driving revenue? Is it all of the above? And the reason I put them in that order is this. I worked at Intuit for many years.
They have an equation for success. And that equation goes like this. Employees, they're the driving force. So that's your differentiation. I'm different or better or more innovative than your competitors. How do you get that across customers to drive them in? Make them interested in
Understand the value you add. And then it happens organically. Then you have the impact, right? Your employees are pumped up about coming to work every day because you do things for them. Your customers are pumped up about using your products or your service. Revenue happens. So that's the last part of the equation. So I'm not a reader of slides, so I'll let you read. I'll just call out the areas in blue because I believe in acronyms like OKRs and KPIs. You know, most of my career has been as a direct marketer, direct response guy. So I live and die by results and metrics. And so it starts with having common goal. And it starts with surrounding yourself with people who are better at certain things than you are. That's a lesson learned from my dad. One of the many, but that's the one that stuck. The other ones I forgot. He started a PR company, not KCOM. So Sinan is not my dad. And one thing he imparted on me was, if you want to be successful, surround yourself with giants. So now I'm going to be, I don't know what other word to use to be politically correct, so but I'm French, so I don't have to be. But if you surround yourself with giants and people in the room who know more than you do, your company will thrive. If you want to be the smartest person in the room, or perceive that you are, and you surround yourself with dwarves, you've pretty much reached the top of the mountain. So think about that as you hire, as you use consultants, people you surround yourself with, advisors, board members. Pick people who are smarter than you are at certain things, just so that you can learn from them. And I love the love of learning and the humility of being able to say, I don't know everything, and that's okay. Collaborating effectively, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, but in the interest of time, I'm going to move forward. So, as I said, I love numbers. So what's 75%? A study from Career Builder found that 75% of HR and hiring managers are more likely to hire and promote high EQ, so high emotional intelligence, employees. 85% emotional intelligence is actually the driver of financial success, not IQ. So how you treat people around you is actually going to help you be more successful. And nobody likes a-holes, right? We'd rather work with nice people who want to do good for you as well as for themselves. So why high EQ employees? Why are they different? Why do they appeal to senior leaders, to hiring managers? Handling pressure, right? We talked about courage. Sometimes that requires courage. They understand and cooperate others. Empathy, understanding that your goals are not any more or less important than somebody else's. They're good listeners. There's this great tool called the ladder of inference. Most people tend to be at the top of the ladder, and they talk about their conclusions, their beliefs, their truth. Being a good listener is also asking the right questions and taking people down their ladder to understand what data they are basing their conclusion on, what life experiences, work experiences, and then you get to, oh, now I understand why you believe that the blue button is better than the red button on the website. They're more open to feedback. They're empathetic. They care about others. And they set an example. I'm going to talk about role models in a moment. But what happens is then you have less drama, teams that work better together, and better results. So we've had some triangles already. So 2 types of leadership. Traditional perceived leadership is command and control. The CEO decides, everybody falls in line. Then you have the servant leadership, where the CEO enables, in a good way, the rest of the company to do the best work of their lives. And so support and development. Again, leadership unpacked. Perception is that the leaders are the top people in the company. I say perception, it still is the case in many companies. I like a different model better. And that is where you can develop leaders at all levels. Because that's where you scale the impact of having leaders all the way to the front lines. All right. So yes, the bad news is creating a high-performing organization with leadership at all levels is completely on you. You have to be intentional. You have to really mean it. Again, I talked about numbers. Declare your goals. Write them down. Have them on your desk. Look at them every day. Be clear with the rest of the organization about what matters. And role model the behavior you want them to display on a day-to-day basis. Learning. We talked about learning. That's why we're here today. We all want to learn, become better. That's certainly why I'm here today, to hear from all the bright minds. And I have no problem saying that I'm certainly not the giant in the room. There's plenty others, and I'm looking at all of you. And then data-based action. It's nice to understand what's good, what's working well, what's not working well in your organization. But if you don't act on it, if you don't have numbers you can share in full transparency with the rest of the organization, then why would anybody believe you that that's the priority to become better? And track it over time. It's going to change. It's going to evolve. Be transparent. Share back what you found. If somebody says, okay, you as a CEO, I don't trust you, address that with the troops. Say, okay, here's what I heard. I'm not being trusted. What should I do differently? And then rinse and repeat. You now have a system. And you can just have a framework that you can be transparent about with the entire organization and help them go through the same motions at every level of the company. All right, so some tips. Again, I'm not going to read the slide. I'll focus on the top. We're talking from A to B. If you don't know what your A is, how do you know where to go next? So that's assess the current state. There's plenty of tools out there to do that. Now I know there's another survey that can be used. But you have Myers-Briggs, you have DISC, you have your Strength Finder, and all those things are available for you to use for yourself and for your teams. And then I'll go to the last one, last two. Role modeling, and then truly being accountable and showing progress. So I'm almost done. No more French accent for you for the rest of the day unless you talk to me later. And you don't have to like the people I put on the screen, but I think those are powerful thoughts. And just for Sinan, please focus on the third one. Peter Drucker, well known, great mind. And here's the third one for Sanan. I had to mention Tucker. That was during the Republican party. Well, it wasn't so much of a party, it was more how they get together. And then lastly, and I highly recommend this, Noel Tishy. If you get his book, he has more than one, but The Leadership Engine gives you not only a narrative, very easy to read, even though it's this thick, but also a bunch of frameworks, so you don't have to start from scratch. It's all in there. So that's it. French guy's done. Please hit me up later if you have questions or if you want to just talk about Paris, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Next up, we have Doug Wilson speaking on Leadership BS, Leadership Truths.
I'm going to start with the idea that something Peter Drucker came up with back in the 1950s, but it's actually something that has really taken off in the last 10 years. And that's the idea around purpose of your company and the purpose of yourself. Who you are and what you're leading. What is the purpose of the company or organization that you're a part of? Number one. Is that purpose aligned and understood throughout the company? And number three, do you have ways of measuring that? Now I'm going to ask you just to take a minute and talk to the person next to you and say, what is the purpose of my company or organization? Just take a minute, and if you don't know for sure and you can't clarify it, that's okay, all right? But just talk about that. And ideally, you can say it in 10 words or less, okay? Take a shot at it. Take a shot at it. Okay, let's ask a question. I want a show of hands. How many people were able to state the purpose of their organization in 6 words, or it might be 10 words or less? Say 10 words or less. How many people were able to state that? Okay, what about 25, 30%, 40% maybe? Okay, how many people were able to even talk about your purpose and feel like, hey, I got real clarity around the purpose of my company? All right? All right, good. You're getting there. How many people, were there people in the room that said, man, I've thought about this, but I don't know if we have a purpose statement clearly for our company? How many people are dealing with that? Oh, okay, Grant, thank you for your honesty. That was one of your values. All right. Getting clear on your purpose, Peter Drucker said, is one of the hardest things for an executive to do. It takes real work, real clarity, deep soul searching, and understanding your environment and who you're competing with. Getting clear on how you're going to translate that into the company and the rest of your employees, and how it's going to drive strategy and integrate throughout your company, even harder. Developing measurements, that's not as hard, but it's something we often leave out. So purpose has been growing at about 85% of Fortune 500 companies are working on a purpose statement and getting clearer on it. But the question is, purpose is not connected to performance at all. It's really BS. It's a simple motto, unless you're driving it into the company, figuring out how to align the rest of the company, how it's shaping your strategies, and how you're measuring it. So what do we mean by purpose? Just to be clear on this, purpose is your reason for being. It's something that's beyond profit maximization. It's a concrete goal that is really important to have for your core of your company. Let me give you a couple examples of purpose. And by the way, these examples I'm giving you are people I have worked with personally over the years as CEOs. A little bit about me. I have spent my life advising CEOs. I've been a capital investor in many companies. I've done 2 startup companies and sold them. One right now is was just acquired by Stu McClure from number1.ai in Orange County. I've been, in the last 8 years, leading a group of Orange County CEOs as chairman called the CEO Leadership Alliance. And Mike Salem was my vice chair, who was the CEO of Edwards Life Sciences until last year. So the purpose of Edwards Life Sciences is helping patients is our life's work, and life is now. That's a great statement. It's short, it's concise, and it's driven throughout the company, everywhere and everything they do. Chipotle. Larry and I were with Brian Nichols last month at a lunch. He talked about his purpose. The purpose statement of Chipotle, which actually drove their brand to far surpass McDonald's and others, was cultivating a better world by growing sustainable agriculture, buying from sustainable agriculture and natural products. That was core to what they do, and it was very attractive. And you know who it attracted? Female Hispanics that wanted to come to work at Chipotle because they love food, they love natural food, they love a kitchen. And it turns out that out of the top 25% of performers in their stores, 70% are female Hispanics. Really interesting statistic. And they drive this idea of this natural food, healthy food, real food throughout the company. Another example, a CEO I worked with for years, Aetna, Mark Bertolini. He then went on to become the CEO of Bridgewater Capital, a good friend. He transformed the way to think about health insurance. And it was building better communities. He was absolutely committed to how health insurance could begin not just paying for your problems, but helping you build a healthier life and the things you could do to do that. They were making great progress, and then the government stopped them on one of their major acquisitions. Then somebody else came in, and it was a different strategy. So you see that purpose changes, and if you don't hold on to that purpose and you don't get clear on it, it can create all kinds of problems. And the CEO that went beyond Mark didn't know how to drive that purpose throughout the company, didn't know how to talk about it strategically. And they've not performed near as well because of that. So when you think about this element of having a purpose with clear alignment, and it's used to define your company decisions at work, the key link here that makes all the difference in what you do is leadership. That's your lever. Leadership is your lever for that aligned organization. That's you, okay? You taking the time to think about, what do we need to do here? Are we talking enough about this? Am I aware of how my purpose might need to change? I'll show you a little model of leadership I use on the 4 elements of leadership. It's called foresight, visioning, partnering, motivating. And in the middle is moral foundation. So foresight. Bill Gates had great foresight into thinking about the future and software, and that it was going to replace the IBM machine really as the most dominant and important thing. It was software, not the machinery. He got it. But then he said the purpose of Microsoft will be, in our great road ahead in the 90s, a PC on every desk. That was the purpose statement. Great. It was really good. And it was inspiring. And then Ballmer came in and stuck with that purpose and developed this real tough environment. He was a cheerleader. But he didn't know how to see the foresight near as well. That was not one of his strengths, and he didn't have people around him that understood that. Google was coming on the scene. What else came next after the internet for Microsoft that they missed? Anybody know? What did they miss? Phones, exactly. Ballmer missed how powerful phones were going to be, and he didn't pivot. He did not pivot. What else happened that Microsoft missed? Cloud, exactly. They missed the cloud. AWS was the first to do the cloud. Ballmer was still saying a PC on every desk, and we're going to make sure our software dominates and competes against the other software companies. He was missing a great opportunity. And as a result, Ballmer, in his 14 years of service as CEO, leaving as a billionaire, by the way, multi-billionaire, was able to achieve a 3% return on average on an annualized basis for your investors. That's all he was able to achieve. Now look, there's a lot of good that Ballmer did. He bought the Clippers, number one, all right? So we like that. Maybe, yeah. At least he could buy some talent, right? So I like the guy, but foresight was not his strength, nor was partnering his strength. Kind of being a great cheerleader was his strength. And he didn't have the people around him that he needed, nor a philosophy that he needed with this changing world. So then Satya Nadella comes in, and he changes the purpose statement. Can anybody say what the purpose statement of Microsoft is today? Anybody know it? I'd be surprised if you did, by the way. The purpose statement of Microsoft that Satya Nadella developed in 2014, I'm going to tell you, I read about his appointment, and then I read, here's the purpose that Satya Nadella has developed. And I said, I'm going to buy a lot of that stock right now. That was in 2014. The purpose that he created was empower every individual, every organization on the planet. Think about that. And that's visionary, okay? On the planet to achieve more. Empower them to achieve more. And he said, we're going to do away with a lot of this hierarchy. We're going to do away with this forced ranking of people that Ballmer put in. Very destructive. And we're going to start creating much more cross-disciplinary collaboration to carry out this purpose. I've got to empower my people in the front lines. I'm going to need to create a culture of learning. We were talking about a learning culture. He talks about that all the time. He said, we will lead with humility in our learning. We will collaborate with others. We will make deep investments in the cloud, in artificial intelligence, and in subscription services on the internet. Now that's foresight and visioning and partnering and motivating. That culture is turned on. I've worked with some of these people in Microsoft, and they are excited. That's leadership with a core purpose and figuring out how that is driven. And he talks about it. He holds on to that. So when you think about the leader is an integrator, you can think about it with that way. Purpose is the lever to integrate. It builds community, it builds high trust, it builds high commitment. He drove a learning culture, and he drove that culture of cross-collaboration. Now, not everybody needs to do it that way, but he knew he needed to do it that way. Another great leader that I had that privilege of working with in Orange County was Mike Musalem over 8 years, and before that, he was a friend. But he came in as vice chair with me, chairman of the CEO Leadership Alliance, which is the 60 largest companies in Orange County. Larry's a part of it, as a matter of fact. And we are working on our purpose, which is to help build a thriving Orange County. Errol Arkulik is a great partner with us. And it requires partnership to do this kind of work. It requires visioning. We have so much work to do in Orange County. We're a young county. And we have to work more collectively as business leaders to achieve great success and not leave people behind. In Orange County, we don't want to be in Hawaii with the rich people on the coast and everybody else poor in the middle. We don't want to leave people behind. And that's a moral foundation that comes from Mike Musalem. It came from me, and it came from the other leaders who signed up. And that is core to your leadership, that moral foundation that I drew out in that model. If that's not clear on what's driving you, then we're lost, okay? And there's some great stories. Errol told me a great story yesterday when he was growing up as a child. It helped shape his future, what he was going to do. He saw a person telling stories, and those stories taught morals. And those stories enthralled people. And he couldn't believe how powerful the storytelling was. And you're going to hear more about what he's going to talk about, storytelling today as an adult, and what this could mean for our society. Mike Musalem was a rebel without a cause. He was really going down the wrong way, and a mentor came along and straightened him out when he was in college. And for that, he was forever grateful. And he said, I'm going to give back, and I'm going to help mentor others, and I'm going to build something great that really motivates people. So your purpose comes out of your head and your heart. That's where it starts with. Now, when I think about this leader as integrator that's driving all of this, I can think about Mike and something he did. And remember, his purpose is helping our patients is our life's work, and life is now. So they create all these great things to demonstrate that. One I absolutely love, and I had the privilege of being out there one time to see this. They have a patient day every year at Edwards Life Sciences. And if you don't know about Edwards Life Sciences, they were the revolutionary leader in creating an aorta heart valve transplant. It comes through they can actually take this heart valve. It comes up through the femoral artery down here, comes up, they plant it into the heart, they pull out the implant, pull it back out, and there's no surgery required. They can leave the old valve in, and you've got a new aorta heart valve for the rest of your life. It's phenomenal. And Mike, by the way, talk about courage, he brought in 18 surgeons that were heart surgeons and asked them, what do you think? Should we do this? 16 of them said, no, it will never work. But Mike went on to invest another $200 million and said, I can make this work. So what he does is he does this clapping line, and he brings in over 150 patients from all over the world every year. And he has all the employees on two sides line up, and at the end of that line is a person who sewed the heart valve, that every heart valve has a number on it. So you as a patient start at the beginning of this line, and you start walking through this line, and they're clapping, they're cheering, they're crying. And at the end of that line is the person who sewed the heart valve. And they hug each other, and they say, you saved my life. Thank you. Now that's taking purpose and realizing it into your strategy, into the core of what your company is about. It's that kind of leadership we want to build today. Think about for you, do you need to dust off your purpose? Do you need to relook at it? How do you get that excitement going in your company and keep it going? It's one of the most difficult things for a leader to do, but one of the very most important. Thank you.
Next up, we have an OC real estate development forecast given by Grant Keene.
So just quick background on myself, my family. Born and raised South Orange County, UC Irvine, UCLA graduate. Married to my wife, Vanessa. Hopefully you get to meet her later. She's enjoying a nice spa day and away from our 5 children. We live in Coto de Caza. Some of the things I love to do, I race cross-country mountain bikes, I race motocross, golf. Hopefully we can golf. I don't know who's golfing tomorrow, but looking forward to putting that together. And then quickly, background on my company as it is today. I've been in business 10 years. We're based out of South OC. We build multifamily. I built the 28 units there in Laguna Beach and Laguna Canyon, go down the 133. Done over 250 million in deals. And currently I'm developing 22 townhomes off of Crown Valley in Laguna Niguel. I've got a 10-home project right on PCH. We bought an acre in downtown Huntington Beach. And I'm also developing with a gentleman named Ron Simon. He's a billionaire. He also has a lot of philanthropic interest with many people in this room. And the Moschetti family. So before I start with the presentation and the details on what I see as the market and what the numbers are showing in the market, I thought it would be a good exercise just for everybody to better understand what real estate developers do. Some of you in this room are developers, some of you have a clear understanding, but I think there's value in when you're speaking with a group, and I was having, at the dinner last night, I was speaking with a gentleman, and he was talking to me about how his pitch is gonna go and speaking with investors, and I said, one of the things I've learned is creating simplicity. If you try to explain something that you as a professional or you as somebody that really understands your craft, it's oftentimes goes right over everybody's head. So just in clarity, what does a real estate developer do? So a real estate developer, what I do, day in, day out, the first step is identifying a product or a project, meaning where is there a need? So there may be a need for multifamily housing, there may be a need for sale, townhome, spec home, whatever it may be. So you identify that. Then you go and you have to find a project. How do you do that? You build relationships with brokers, you build relationships with landowners, et cetera. So you find the land. Let's say now I find a piece of land. What's my next step? I'll go to an architect, somebody like Larry, his firm, and I'll say, can you do a feasibility study for me? Feasibility study saying, what are your highest and best uses of this land? How many units can I put on this land? How high can I go, et cetera? Basic structure there. And then, okay, great, now we know what we can do. We underwrite that, and we see is there viability based on what the architect says, number of units, et cetera. We underwrite it, and then we go and we find the capital. And how does the capital look in my deals? The capital is high net worth families. It's smaller boutique, limited partner equity funds, and then it's banks or private debt funds that will fund the project. And then we build it. My company carries a general construction, general contractor license. We build our own deals. So we actually go through that process of building, and then we go through either a disposition or a lease-up phase, et cetera. So that is the life cycle of what a real estate development is and what it does. So getting into what my cursory research, and remember this was done on a Saturday, 3 o'clock. Everybody's jumping on me, all the kids are screaming, so it's as good as it's gonna be. And I wanna try to be anecdotal in this too, because everybody looks at graphs, and graphs can be, so this is germane to the people that are Orange County based. If you're not, it'll help you understand how the market's going. So there has been a trend since COVID. We'll just use a high-level trend, or let's use it since 2022. COVID was the spike in demand, and then since 2022, when rates jumped, there has been a kind of counterintuitive market dynamic. We as developers all were worried when rates jumped that it was going to affect pricing negatively. It's actually done the opposite. So I'm sure many of you have read the news, and you'll see that, and you're familiar with pricing. Pricing has gone up consistently. What's driving that, what we're seeing what's driving that is supply. It's basic supply and demand. So the barriers to entry in Orange County to develop are very, very high, meaning it's very hard to actually get approvals to find land. There's very little land, et cetera. And then you have the other factor of people that currently own homes and they do not want to give up their 3% or 4% rate. So that's what's driving pricing right now. So as you can see, year over year, we're up. Year over year, sales is up. Pricing per square foot is up. Here's another graph. This is a 20-year graph. You see your spikes there, 2007, 2008. You see your big recession drop, and then you see the run-up. Another conversation I had last night, I was giving some of my experience, and I said, if you see that high and to the right there, that's saved my ass many a time as I grew my company. Meaning, I started looking at deals where you'd have, maybe a thinner margin, but you'd have volume, and that up and to the right would bail you out in a situation where the market bails you out. One of the things I learned, for myself as a businessman was finding deals that had a higher spread, maybe less volume, that gave you more breathing room for the natural dynamics or uncertainties or risk of what you're building. But as you can see, 175% increase from the trough. So let's say that's 2009, 175% increase in pricing, which is incredible. This is kind of hard to read. This is a terrible slide. I apologize. But this is permit starts. And what to read in this is permit starts essentially means how many projects or units are going to come to fruition. The trend that I'm seeing is both the numbers and what I'm seeing anecdotally is they're multifamily specifically and single family, not as much as being built. And this is the other side of the coin of financing. So remember, financing on the consumer side has artificially driven prices up because they don't want to give up their low rate. But financing for the builder side, if I'm going to get construction debt and I'm a builder, it makes it very, very difficult to obtain this financing and to do a project. So you're seeing a decline in permit starts. Well, what does that mean? Well, your housing supply will continue to stay low, and what does that mean for pricing? It should stay higher. Also, what we're seeing it in multifamily as well. And what the net positive effect for a builder is, you've all heard in the news, let's say the last 2 or 3 years, especially post-COVID, big spike in cost, labor cost, material cost, et cetera. I am for the first time as a builder having subcontractors coming back and soliciting me. So for, let's say from 2020 to 2023, you're begging your subcontractor to show up to your job. Please come to my site. Now I'm getting calls, texts, emails every single day. And again, I'm using this is non-database. This is me in the day-to-day. I'm using this to highlight the fact that there is going to be a drop in pricing. It's already happening. I'm having subcontractors coming back to me saying, hey, can we revisit the pricing that we gave you 6 months ago just so I can get the job? So this is a net positive for us as builders. Okay, conclusion, pricing remains strong. Multifamily housing construction starts are down. Single family also down. And back to the overall resilience of Orange County. Orange County, to me, the market that I focus on in my business, what I develop in, is an excellent market. It's a market that has resilience. And the number one thing that makes Orange County attractive as a builder are the barriers to entry. Very, very hard to build. If I'm building in Arizona, if I'm building in Texas, if I'm building in these land-abundant places, those places scare me. I would not touch those. Those markets, they're easy to build in, which means anybody can do it, which means value is not going to be there. So that's it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Errol Arkulik speaking on research institutions' role in AI.
So I'm going to begin by talking about the nature of story. And I just want to share a few comments. Everybody in this room has told a story when they've gotten up and given their first 2 minutes of pitch. Every single person. There is nothing more powerful in the whole pantheon of human history than story. Story is what allows us to build society. It's what allows us to build culture. It's what allows us to build companies. It's what allows us to work together, to live together, to play together. There is literally nothing more powerful. The wheel, perhaps fire, but other than that, story is the most powerful tool that humanity has. And it's a tool that we use intrinsically every day. Doug mentioned to you the story that he and I shared last night, and it was a story that had me thinking about my father that I hadn't thought of in 20 years. And it was really compelling and moving. And I bet my bottom dollar, in fact, that everybody in this room has a story about some part of their family, some lore, some element, some nickname, something that you would love to be able to record. You would love to be able to share with your kids, with your grandkids, with your great-grandkids, with your great-great-great-grandkids. And that capability is starting to come into existence. It's coming into existence as a result of the tools that are being empowered in the form of artificial intelligence, language processing, natural language processing, what we call the large language models. I'm not going to get into the technology in too much detail today, but what I am going to share with you is a tool set that we're building at the University of California, Irvine to help establish the capability to tell stories and to tell stories at scale. We call it narrative. And it's basically a story studio. It's the first studio that we have, that we're aware of, that combines the humanities with the computer science, with the engineering, to really allow us to configure and develop stories quickly and lightly and in the form and ways that we absorb them. We don't always absorb stories in the format of written word. We often use stories in the form of animation and increasingly 2-minute videos on TikTok. And if we can't get our hands around the ability to tell stories in those formats, we are at a loss. In fact, we're not just at a loss, we're at the whim of those people, Chinese Communist Party, who own TikTok, that are allowing and sharing with us the stories that they allow. Think about that for a minute. If we're not in control of our story, if we're not in control of our narrative, other people will share it. They will develop it. And that's what we're trying to do at the University of California, Irvine, is to develop a core of people that are trained in the art of the new tools that allow us to tell stories. And I just want to say very quickly that in our group of people, students at the University of California, Irvine, 50% of the incoming freshmen are first-generation college students. That is an astronomical number. These are the first people in their families that have sought higher education to better the lives of their family and their progeny. Can you imagine what stories that exist in those families and those lineages? The kids that whose grandparents oftentimes have come to the United States, built their family. The parents sacrifice for their children. Their children then go and get an education, and off they go. Those are the types of stories that we want to capture. Those are the stories that allow us to weave together commonality. They're not divisive. They're American stories that are great and powerful, and they give us an opportunity to do something of note together. And if you haven't noticed, we're pretty divided. So it would be helpful if we could figure out a way to do something. And at UCI, we're putting together those tools, and we call it the Story Studio. And our goal is to connect humanity using the tools that have been used against us, but now using them for us, and empowering generations of people who can use those tools in ways that are unique and special. So the deliverables are tools. Those tools are often AI-enabled, mostly AI-enabled. And you've seen and you hear stories about AI for music, AI for narration, AI for animation. Those tools don't work together, and we're going to have to figure out a way to stitch them together so that you can have a workflow. You can come in with an idea. You can sit down with the computer, the user interface, and at the end of the day, you walk away with some animation, some short story, something that allows you to craft that 2-minute or 5-minute video as you move forward. So those tools need to be established and built, and we're building them. We need people. We need the people that are trained with not just the technology, but also the humanity. And people often tell the story about, in AI, we need to establish a human in the loop. My point of view is that a human in the loop is nice, but even better is to have a humanist in the loop. The humanists and the humanities have been studying the great works of society and individuals for thousands of years. And why do we, as a computer scientist or engineers, rediscover those principles? Those principles, they're written down. And we can absorb those principles and embed them into our computer systems in ways that you can only do if you're working collaboratively across disciplines. So we're doing that intentionally. I'll share with you in a minute how we're doing that. And then finally, the stories themselves. Those stories are the stories that we need to establish to control our destiny. Because as I said earlier, if we don't control those stories, somebody else will. And I'm not sure we want those other stories to be in control of, in hands of people that don't share our common values. So here are the tools. This is the tool that we're about 80% done. This is what we call the virtual venue. I'm sure you've seen a show, or a recent show, whether it's a music show or a theatrical show, live entertainment. Like there's a whole story going on behind the music. And you don't actually just see and hear the music, you feel it. You feel the lights, you feel the lasers, you feel the media. That type of story is built oftentimes using virtual reality, and you don't know what it shows up like at every venue until you see it, until they rig it up for the first time. And wouldn't it be nice if you could visualize what those stories were doing inside that particular venue? So this is a paid-for project. I won't share with you who it is, but it's a big theatrical company, and they're working with us, UCI, to develop this tool. So this is one of the first tools that we'll be working on. People, the narrative minor at UCI, I mentioned this, we're working on collaborations between the information computer science and the humanities. This minor will be a course of study, 6 classes in the humanities, 6 classes in the computer science, that weave together the tools, not just how to do it, but why you're doing it and what type of responsibility you need to have in order to be a contributor to this community. And that's incredibly important. Some of the social networking giants that you know maybe had less knowledge of what they were doing with those very, very powerful tools. And we're now discovering, as a society, the experiments they ran on us. So Narrative Story Festival, we want to put together, this is going to come in about 6 months. It's basically a festival of teaching people these tools, trying to gather what we need in terms of workshops and panels. But the idea is that we're building a community, and that community is going to be built in Orange County. If you can imagine, Orange County is one of the best and baddest places in the world, really, to do something like this. It has technology, it has media, it has consumers, it has capital, like all the pieces of the ecosystem that you'd want to build if you were to build this. You would bespoke build them in Orange County. So this is going to be, I believe, an industry massive in Orange County, and one that we need to start getting in front of now. Half-day workshops, immersive hands-on. This is similar to the minor, but the idea is that you come in, you bring your story, and then at the end of the workshop, you walk away with animation, or some slide deck, or some pictures, or whatever that helps take you to the next stage. And that's coming in the fall of next year. And one of our first stories that we're conceiving is what we call Earth 3.0. This was developed by one of our partners, one of our private partners in this activity. And it's basically a sitcom. It's a really clever idea. Aliens come down, they're working with people who've got visions of what they want to do, and there's lots of miscommunication because, as you can imagine, the aliens and the humans say the same words and they mean different things. And It's really a clever little activity, but it's the kind of uplifting, lightweight, elemental story that allows us to explore our humanity by laughing at ourselves as we address some of the biggest challenges in Earth's history. So this is the deliverable of the content. And then what we're trying to do is envision a world where technology and creativity come together to allow us to paint and build pictures of what the future looks like in a pro-social way. And again, I want to emphasize pro-social. If we don't do it intentionally, it'll be done to us, and it won't be done in a way that we would like. I can guarantee you that. So AI, humanity plus humanity equals boundless creativity. My name is Errol Arklage. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the University of California, Irvine. It is a pleasure for me to be here today. Thank you again for the invitation. You and your team, Sinan, are kick-ass. It's a beautiful place that we're in, and it's a pleasure for me, as I said, to be here. Thank you, and I'll see you the rest of the time.
Please welcome Bala Sriragavan, speaking on quantum computing trends and future.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, let me tell you why I selected quantum. I was with Sinan in his board meeting, and he wants to give some topics which are not being addressed. So since I am in the computer engineering field, I thought quantum is going to be one of the next AI for next 3 to 5 years, or in next 3 to 5 years, I can say everyone are going to talk about quantum computing. So that's what I took it. And just to give a background, I did my computer engineering in India, and I came here in 1999 when I was 23 years old. So you are 21, so I came here 23, and I know how difficult to get a H-1B visa. I came in a specialized visa to this great country, and I'm very fortunate to start a first company in 2001 in Milpitas in Northern California. It's a web designing company. So it's something like I started with a contract manufacturing company. They gave me a small place to start this web designing, and they funded me. So I'm the founder employee. And they said, you can earn for yourself, not for us, and try to start this company. So that is a challenge I took. At the time, even my slang is not good now, but you can see 25 years back how I am, how my thick accent will be. So everything I started. Okay, so I don't know anything about the Bay Area. So I took a Yahoo map, even I won't have a printer, and take from A to Z where I tend to go. So I lost that the map, or somewhere I will be into a different place. So all good experiences built me. And in 2004, with a good contact in NASA ARMS, which is in Mountain View, I got a contract to develop a small application. For me, it's a big application. For them, it's a small application. So they show a home, and it's like a rendering project at the time they showed to me. And they said each room has a component, a vacuum cleaner, or a power driller, or a TV, you can have a video player, everything in the room. So the entire, or a mixer, grinder, everything. So the entire house is the power is through a solar panel. So I need to know how the power is generated and how it's been dissipated, or how the utilization has been happening. And we were, at the time, we were developing applications using Macromedia's Flash solutions. So using a Flash at the time is very difficult to develop this application. So we took it as a challenge, and we developed, and we gave a prototype to NASA. So, and after 2 days, we got a positive reply saying that, hey, your prototype is approved. And then only I came to know this prototype has been developed for the space station. So that is a good thing, what we did without knowing, or with unknowing, we got a good project at the time. Seeing the project, Macromedia, they say, okay, these guys have talents. So let us give some references. So Macromedia started referencing projects. So now, Macromedia has been bought by Adobe. When Steve Jobs released his iPhone, I started going towards the iPhone market. So we started working on mobile apps. That's how we started the company to grow. And one of a great mobile app we developed is called Frog Dissection. We got a very good hits. And the PETA awarded for us not to killing frogs. And it's a very good hit in the market. It's more than 150,000 downloads. And still it's going on. And in 2013, the company was the management trying to acquire the company. Someone planning to sell the company and someone has to acquire the company. So GP Strategies is a leading e-learning company. They want to acquire us. So they said, you can exit as a founder employee. So I did exit, and I started working for a SAP-based company in El Segundo. And there I learned about the ERP systems. So which is not, earlier I was into web-based application and mobile application, e-learning. Here I learned about enterprise resource planning, and that helps me a lot developing solutions. In 2013, which I did a good thing for me, 2014, I started my MBA with Pepperdine, and that helped me a lot. After finishing my MBA, it's something like I want to do something on my own. So in meantime, in 2008, my wife started my company, which I'm working now. So she started this as just a billing company for her and for me. And in 2018, I jumped in as a full-time, and I took it as a CEO. And now I want to give you some background about what we do. So we are a solution provider, a software solution provider. We work on any software-based applications. It can be a single code or .NET or C#, or it can be a Node.js. So there are a lot of applications in the software. So each and every company, they need something unique for their billing or for their ERP to run. All these customized applications, what we are building. And also we take care of IT services which is not like laying cables or this is our that type of professional service we do on the software side. We work on the IT-based solutions, like Azure-based application or AWS or Google-based applications. And the big thing what we do is the ERP side on Microsoft Dynamics, starting from Great Plains, one of the best software Microsoft has developed. And I think someone talking about Microsoft, and we are working very close with Microsoft as of now on the it's called finance and operations based applications. And also we work with their competitor called Salesforce. So everyone knows Salesforce. So these are the applications we are developing. And you can ask me, there are thousands or more than 100,000 companies around the world, why we are different. The basic thing we learned, or I came from a scratch where what is the software development, and I came from a very, very humble background, back from India, from here, and I started, and I know where the gaps always happen in developing a project. So basically, we hire PMP, and I'm a PMP. My boss, my wife, she's a PMP. All my colleagues are PMP, and that doesn't help. It needs more. We work on best practices, documentation. Even a small project for $5,000, I make sure I have a document, because tomorrow the guy who worked on this project, he might not be there, or he might work for a different companies. So documentation is one of the best thing, and best practices from the principals. So that helps us to grow in this industry. And apart from that, cost effectiveness, trust, and always reachable. So that's the thing. Okay, I think I don't have time, so let me run. So these are the clients we are working, and so I'll go to the main topic. So on the introduction and what is quantum computing, so everything we are going to know on this. So let me talk about quantum. Okay, so here, whatever we are having now as the classical computers, Apple or PCs are called classical computers nowadays. So that's going to be redefined. The entire solutions, whatever they are providing us, are being going to redefine because of the speeds and quantum computing. It's going to revolutionize the technologies. Okay, so he's the father of quantum computing. His name is Richard Feynman, and he started everything in 1950, 55. And then there are a couple of guys. See, I did a lot of research. If you Google what is quantum computing or in YouTube, they talk about various things like flipping a coin or something like which is not, it's not easy to understand for everyone. So I put this research for last 3 months with my team, and I did a couple of things. And there's a guy after this gentleman, David Dushich. He started in 1995. And there's another gentleman called Peter Score or Love Grover in 1996. And that's how the things were getting evolved. And so in 2000, they started working on the quantum computing. They started building the applications. So now the quantum computing is something like developing a processor. It's like this big size of a room we need to put all the bells and whistles to develop a quantum computing. But you know, earlier when I came to the market in 1995, 96, when I finished my engineering, there are 286, and you might have heard about it. In a Macintosh, they have a lower version. So that not all big hard drive. We have only 10 MB Mbps or something like that, or we know 256 KB floppy disk. So how it is something like that now, quantum computing is evolving. It's in a very big, we need a big hardware to develop this. There are companies in IBM, Google, all are working on this. But let me show you, let me explain you what's the difference between the classical computer and the quantum computing. The classical we have, I'm sure everyone knows about it, 0 and 1. That's a binary thing, what they are using on the classical computer. But here, in quantum, it's like a turning on and off switch. See, if you turn on, you have a light is coming, and turning off, there is no light. But here in quantum computing, both on and off status are available. So that's called superpositioning, and also it's called entanglement. These are the process which helps the quantum computing to make it very fast. So I think because of time, we have short time. I'm just running on a couple of things. So this entanglement is a very, it's a great process what quantum is following. So like reading a book, we are reading from page 1 to page 100 or whatever the pages they have. It reads in a fraction of seconds all the 100 pages. That type of fast what quantum is having. And where it is being used or impact on the industries, a lot of things are going to be in healthcare, finance, and also the holographic communications. For example, let me take in healthcare. All the genes or chromosomes or whatever giving a difficult issues in our diseases, it can be each and everything we need to work for 2 weeks to 3 weeks to render an application. It can be done in fraction of seconds. The same in financial computing. A lot of financial people are here. So the predicting the market and market shifts are going to happen very easily, we should know. And for architectural, since Gary is here, so rendering the house or doing this, it's going to be very easy. Fraction of seconds we can render the house. Nowadays I know that it takes hours or even days and weeks. And holographic communication is something like a sci-fi based solution. In future, after I can say after 5 to 10 years, Sinan can have this conference here. One Sinan can be here. There's another Sinan can have another conference in a different part of the world. So that can also happen because of quantum computing. Yeah. You can. Yeah. Yes. Blockchain. Going to be quantum, yes, yes. Also, U.S. government, yes, of course, that's the right thing. U.S. government is announced to their contractors to develop softwares in quantum computing. So they're working on it. Not as of now, but That's something we can do. Google, say I'm going to show something on that. So this is something 25% increase. To be honest, these are the data. I took it from online. So I'm not sure the accuracy of the data, but I can share this presentation. See, these are the companies. They are saying that they are already working on quantum. To be honest, I'm not sure, but I have some names. So these are the names. In Google, Sycamore, they have an application called Sycamore, and they are invested and they are using it. For example, see, this is a very good one. So in the classical computer, or one of the fastest supercomputer in the world, it does a calculation it takes 10,000 years. That can be done by quantum calculation in 200 seconds, sorry. So that type of fast, what we have in the quantum. No. I couldn't find small companies. But there are things, and what Sinan was telling me, hey, you can create this application. So that is also initiating me now. So we can try it out. But for that, the processor is a big complex now because the size of the processors and other things are very big. So maybe it will be shrink one day. That's what all the companies are working on now. IBM is working, and Intel is working. All the guys are working on it. So that might be pretty much in a couple of days. Okay, so I will run it, and I can share this, whatever I have. I can share with Hall, and he can send you all this information. It's not, I didn't have anything proprietary, but it's all our research. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much for. Thank you.
Next up, we have Armand Movasagi speaking on information technology and leadership.
First off, thank you, Sinan, for allowing us all the opportunity to be here and get to meet some wonderful people and some wonderful leaders. My name is Armand Movasagi. I am the Vice President of Delarmon Technologies. We are a full-service technology company where we take care of computers and systems at businesses. My business partner, Safa, is also here today. He is the owner of our company and started this company about 30 years ago from his tech ventures as a CTO. Our goal at Delarmon is to create seamless systems and implement them in your guys' business to allow technology to be your main asset and not just an expense for you guys. As we all know, we saw a big crash in the world about a month or two ago with Microsoft's CrowdStrike going down. We all saw, we call it the blue screen of death in the tech world. No one can update their computers, no one can even log in. We saw airports, basically the world came to its first tech standstill. And with this, at Delarmon, we try to create redundancy. That's our big niche in our department, is we always want to create redundancy in every aspect of your business, not just in your email or you're backing up your files and so forth. So at Delarmon, we like to really dive deep into all different sort of processes that you guys run through your business, whether it's in antivirus or whether it's inside of your guys' files and how you guys access. And we want to make sure that you guys are always have this stuff available, as well as be able to protect these files. Security is really our main goal nowadays, especially with how many of hackers and spoof calls we get and so forth. So we always want to make sure that we're protected. And another main goal that we like to create is educating our customers and getting them to learn about actually what is happening, what are they doing, how are they trying to attack. Currently, when it comes to protecting yourself in the business, you know, hackers, like these smart nerds, they don't go after us, the IT guys, anymore. They know we have this stuff protected. They go after you guys. You guys are the people that are just doing your day-to-day business, so they want to try and attack you guys and see if they can get you guys to slip up. So let's go to the next little slide here. So we are a family-owned business. We've been around for 30 years. We provide enterprise-level IT services, cybersecurity, and support, offering at the highest quality to large companies. A little about Safa, our owner. He is the founder of our company. He is an IT partner and telecommunications expert. He has done a lot of network and data security specializations, and he's a cybersecurity professional as well. A little bit about me. I've been fortunate enough to take over the role as VP about 5 years ago now, and since then it's been definitely an exciting journey. I've gotten to learn a lot, especially from even you guys, from being at some of these impact events, as well as just being out in the field. Again, our main goal is to create and implement seamless systems in business. We like to transform technology into valuable assets. We like to look at different areas and capture sales in the hospitality fields, in B2B sales. We want to make sure that however you guys are communicating with your outside customers, that we can figure out a way where you can capture that and create an asset from it and create sales from it. Again, we like to educate and bring solutions to concept while maintaining simplicity and smooth operations. Something my father taught me very well was KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Whenever you find yourself doing something too complicated, there's something wrong in that setup. You really need to make sure that everything should be simple and seamless. What is in a name? We are a family-owned business, Delarmon. Luckily, he started this business from combining my sister's name, Delara, and my name, Armon, and created Delarmon. Let's see. Let's go next here. So at Delarmon, we specialize a lot in cybersecurity. One of the platforms, as you guys know, with CrowdStrike being one of the most powerful antivirus tools here. The reason for we had such a large crash in reality is because of the quality of development that was done by these programmers. So the reason this all went down was we had multiple developers look at multiple lines of code to figure out why all of a sudden 5 p.m. on a Friday, no one can even fly out of America anymore. And the reason for it was because the way they had set up the lines of code was incorrect. And when they went to test those lines, it tested fine on their computer. So they decided to push the update out, and everyone's automatic updates ran, and we all got screwed because of it. And we're all just scrambling all over the weekend trying to figure out what the hell happened. So at Delarmon, we like to take a look at every different platform that you guys are able to look into. And nowadays, you can go on to google.com and you can type in antivirus. Hundreds of different options will come up. But at Delarmon, we test each product to figure out how it can best implement in your guys' day-to-day business. We offer cloud services and infrastructure, a lot of mobility as well with virtualization. So in your guys' day-to-day, we have organizations that they have on-site servers, cloud servers, and all this information needs to be protected, and we understand that at Delarmon. Our client profile. So a lot of our clients we do like to service are small B2B businesses, medium-sized organizations. One of our large niche that we've come to in the last, I would say, 10 years of being in a business is hospitality. We have a large clientele inside of the country club and yacht club world, especially in Orange County, LA, and San Diego. Some of our top clients, Sherwood Country Club in Westlake Village, Virginia, and Long Beach, and Mission Viejo Country Club in Mission Viejo. Some beautiful clubhouses. Definitely invite you guys out to come check it out, and we can show you guys some of the stuff that we have and how we implement and how we like our technology to look inside of business as well. Hey, Hall, can you give me the other one? Thank you. It's up there? Okay, beautiful. So this is just a little one-pager I wanted to show you guys. One thing we pride ourselves on is redundancy. Redundancy is key inside of technology. There are multiple different forms of redundancy that you can create so at all times you have access to your information and you can run your business. Another thing, implement 2FA. Nowadays, as we all know, we hate those freaking codes that come to our phone. But at the end of the day, these stupid 6-digit codes protect you from those little people that are trying to hack your number and hack your email address and steal thousands and millions of dollars from your guys' organization. Disaster recovery is a big thing that I actually invite all of you guys that are business owners, especially, to ask your guys' IT departments, do you guys have disaster recovery? Now, what is disaster recovery? Disaster recovery is for a server level base. A backup device normally does 2 jobs. It backs up the files, and then it takes little screenshots of those backups. The main key, and one thing, I call it my bread and butter, is disaster recovery. We use products that implement disaster recovery onto your guys' cloud servers, on-site servers, PCs. And what it does is, God forbid, these devices, you wake up one morning and they take a nosedive, or you have water in their server room, and next thing you know, they're dead. This one device will turn itself into a server, and your organization will keep running like nothing happened. So 20 minutes goes by, and you can shut down and come back up like nothing happened. And that's all just from disaster recovery. Now, one thing we do also use, a company that we use very highly is a company called Datto Technologies. They are, I think they're owned by Kaseya actually right now too. They are a very awesome technology-based company where they implement great backup tools and hardware that we like to use in our businesses. So it's really about finding the correct style hardware and software that implements best for your guys' business. Another thing too, email backup. Maybe you guys do know, maybe you guys don't know, but right now, if for example, I logged into Sinan's email and I hacked his email and I deleted his inbox and I deleted his deleted, his emails are gone forever. By default, Microsoft, Google, all these email providers, they do not back up your guys' emails. You have to pay for that extra service, whether it's through them or through a third party. So again, having those multiple levels of redundancy to make sure that you guys are protected. A little at the top right, so again, hardware redundancy, developing cloud-based systems as a backup for on-site hardware failures. So again, using disaster recovery, we like to back up our servers so that we can have a cloud server in case stuff dies. Same thing goes for you guys' local desktops and computers as well. So God forbid, knock on wood, we never want an organization to burn to the ground, but if it does, we all go home, and in 1 hour, we all keep working like nothing happened. Software redundancy is the same, goes back to our same disaster recovery, having these hardware that houses these servers and houses this software to be able to recreate it, God forbid, if there is some sort of a hack or a ransomware attack or any sort of viruses. And again, these backup systems that we like to use also have these protection tools inside of them. So God forbid, let's just say again, for example, a business gets hacked and they install ransomware on the server. This backup device that's going to turn itself into a server actually identifies that ransomware and stops the backup instantly so that no more of that corrupted data will get pulled back over. So that again, you can restore back to a good place and you're not restoring back to just more corrupted data. Data redundancy is again something I talked about. Network redundancy is one of our main key things as well. We use products, big name products like Cisco, like we all know. We like to dive into Cisco Meraki specifically. They allow us to use their network products that allow us to, again, God forbid, organization has to go down or we need to all go home for the day or COVID hits again and we all need to go work from home. These products allow us to, within, again, 5-10 minutes, flip that switch, allow everyone to go home and continue working. At the end of the day, keeping that 100% operational matter is what matters to us. Because if you guys are profitable, we're making money too. That's really what matters at the end of the day. So last but not least, having just small power redundancy is always great for your guys' on-site data. So God forbid, there are power failures, as you guys know. We can never trust SC Edge. They always suck. So having these power redundancies so that, God forbid, power goes down, these devices are either able to continue working for their next hour, 2 hours, whatever we want, or they're able to at least have that time period where, hey, you can all go in, save your files real quick so that nothing gets lost and nothing gets corrupted. Keeping everything intact is something we really like to pride ourselves on. Constant testing is something I truly, again, invite you guys to ask your guys' IT and ask you guys when the last time they've done it. I think that we've all become so trustworthy in our ITs and our IT departments, our IT guy, and we say, hey, you have backup, right? And he looks at you and he goes, yeah, we got backup. And then next thing you know, file goes away and you're asking for that backup and he's scrambling trying to figure out, well, where it is or what's going on. So something we like to always tell our business owners and clients is, hey, test it. How do you know that your backup is working? How do you know that the power plan that you have in place is actually going to work? So something we do at Delarmon is we have fun. On Mondays, we pull the plug, see what happens. See who cries, see who yells at us. And at the end of the day, if I get to pull that plug and no one yells at me, I know I did my job right. So that's something that we really invite you guys to do is ask them. When was the last time? Ask them, hey, show me a file from 10 days ago at this time. Can he do that for you guys? Is that something that you guys want to have in the first place too? So that's something that we invite you guys to do. Okay, can't even read that one little slide, but that's okay. At the bottom left, get involved with when was the last time you had your tech put to the test? So again, please ask them when and how we can do this and how we can test it out to make sure that we are actually protected. And I think at the end of the day, it gives you that also peace of mind as a business owner to know that my technology is in good standing. Because think about it, we're already in a world where without technology, we can't do anything. We can't even be in this room right now without any of this technology. So really, we need to constantly make sure that we're up to date and also testing for future stuff. Again, I'm a little at the bottom right. Need help with your tech? You can contact us anytime. Our website is below. We have a little contact us page below. I have some business cards that I'm happy to hand out. And yeah, that's a little bit about our company, guys. And thank you so much for listening. Any questions? Any questions, anyone? No? Beautiful.
All right, next up we got Chris Norton, who's going to speak on frozen capital markets and identifying opportunities.
How are you guys? Pleasure to meet everyone. Some of you guys last night. Thank you for Sinan for having us out. Me and my partner Brian are here. And maybe some of you guys do know Dan and Keith, Dan McClory of Bowstead. Just to give you guys some context on what I'm going to speak on, I think it'd be helpful to know that Brian and I run a fund called Strategic Growth Opportunities, where we invest in late-stage technology companies. Bowstead and Sutter underwrite small-cap IPOs. So they asked for me to speak to you guys today about the frozen capital markets. So to kind of understand that, I kind of want to take a step back and show you guys what's happened over the last 24 to 36 months. A lot of you maybe have seen, some of you maybe haven't, but here we go. So this slide here shows that in 2021, in the fourth quarter, there were 84 IPOs. By 2027, there were 7. Yeah, exactly. Vince knows, which is a pretty big drop. And this is just another chart here that shows that again in another way. Just shows that historically speaking, this is one of the longest droughts that we've had in the capital markets for IPOs. And there's a cause and effect, we believe, to that, right? You have economic uncertainty, you have inflationary pressures, you have rising interest rates, and you also have companies that are private now that have access to private funds. So they don't necessarily need to go public in the way that they did 10, 20, 30 years ago. When Google went public, they couldn't raise the large rounds that you're seeing raised now. They had no other choice but to go public, whereas companies now have more options. So the first thing is economic uncertainty. Specifically, what I would highlight out of this is the geopolitical tensions that we've seen and the lingering effects of COVID-19 and how that disrupted supply chains and all the volatility we've seen in commodity prices. In my opinion, a big part of that is what led to the inflationary pressures that we've seen over the last few years. 70% of the economy is the consumer, right? So if the middle-class consumer doesn't have cash in his pocket to spend because stimulus checks aren't getting dropped out of a helicopter anymore, that could cause an issue in terms of the market valuations. And so these are just a couple slides to illustrate that. This is what was coming out in January of 2022. Inflation at that point, they were saying 7% over the past year, highest rate since 1982. And so companies at that point are not thinking about going public. They're thinking about, why would I go public? Because at that point, the valuation that I'm going to capture today compared to the valuation that I was going to capture just 12 months ago is completely different. And so the rise in inflation is part of the reason we think that the capital markets have become so frozen over the last 36 months. And this is a good illustration that I'm sure we all see on a daily basis. It shows the rise in just grocery prices from 2021 to 23. And if you look, for us it may not be a big deal, but for a middle-class family, if eggs are 200% more, that's a problem. And what the increase in inflation led to is this, which is really what's frozen the capital markets. The rate increases. If you're a company, specifically a growth company, and you're looking to go public, the multiple that you're going to capture in a decelerating interest rate environment, or when rates were flat from after the financial crisis to 2022, you're going to get a much better multiple than you're going to get when the Fed is raising rates to this extent. So if you look at this chart, it's just an illustration that the 500 basis point rate increase that we saw in 2022 was pretty much the fastest, at least in my lifetime, and one of the fastest in history, which again has put significant pressure on valuations and companies' desire to go public. And this just shows you, again, IPO issuances over the course of the year. What you'll see here is it's getting a little bit better in 2024, 3% increase from the first half of 2023. But the reality is the Fed still hasn't cut. We know that they likely will next month or this month. But again, there's still not a lot of clarity surrounding interest rates and how it's going to affect a company that's looking to go public. And this is also a really good, I think, something to keep in mind. Like, the market's done well over the last couple of years, but it's been very top heavy. If you look at the returns on the Mag 7, from 2019 to 2023, there was a 271% increase in the Mag 7. The S&P went up 90%. But a big portion of that 90% was these 7 companies. So if you strip these 7 out, the reality is, a company that's a few billion-dollar market cap that's on the cusp of an IPO, they're not jumping to go public because they know that they're not going to get the greatest valuation. So the rich get richer, as they say, as it relates to like the big tech companies, and have. This is something that me and my partner have a much deeper understanding of, and that's the rise of private funding. After the Jobs Act was passed in 2012, the amount of shareholders that you could have as a privately held company increased on your cap table. So you didn't have to report as if you were a publicly traded company. It rose from 500 shareholders to 2,000, which is what has enabled these companies to stay private for much, much longer. For example, SpaceX, which is a deal that we did, we bought it 6, 7, 8 times, but we started in 2020. Company was valued at $36 billion. Today it's valued at $210 billion. But again, they would not have access. They would not have had access to that capital 20, 30 years ago to stay private and to create these massively large funding rounds. But today, because of the rise of private equity, VC, the 2012 Jobs Act increasing the amount of shareholders that they could have on their cap table as a privately held company, you're seeing these larger and larger rounds take place. Another example, that's just another slide on SpaceX's valuation. But another example of this, which everyone's familiar with in this room, OpenAI. So just to put it in perspective, OpenAI was valued at $29 billion, literally in 2023, right? Today, they're about to close a round for $150 billion. So if you're OpenAI, would you rather test the waters in the public markets, or would you rather stay private? And I also think that as a result of all this, the private markets are going to become, and have been becoming, much, much more liquid. Like, I think the thesis for a lot of investors will be to buy in the private market and to sell in the private market rather than having to wait for an IPO as these markets become more liquid. Here's just another deal we did, which was XAI. I put it on there because the valuation was $24 billion. And that was basically the first round that they did. Like, these numbers you're seeing, you just, again, were not seeing previously, which is what's causing companies to not go public at the rate that they previously were, several years ago, or 10 or 15 years ago, too. And just to kind of tie it all together in terms of where we think it's going, if you look at this slide, it details how the market normally performs after the Fed cuts interest rates. The dark blue is when there is no recession. Oh, excuse me, the dark blue is when there is a recession. The light blue is when there's no recession, which shows that when the Fed's cutting interest rates because we have a recession, the average return dating back to 1970 is 11%. When we're cutting because there's no recession, the average return is 15%. This is a very good environment for a company to take their company public in if we think we're going to have these type of returns going forward, and if multiples are going to expand because rates do in fact finally go lower. And this slide illustrates that even better. If you look at this slide, it's basically a reiteration of the previous slide, but what it shows is that if you were to strip out 2001 and 2007, which I would call, black swan events, so to speak, that 11% and 15% that we saw in the previous slide, 11% if there is a recession and they're cutting rates, 15% if there's no recession and they're cutting rates, those numbers would be even higher if you were to strip out 01 and 07. So what that says to us is unless you or anyone else in the room believes that there's a black swan event right now underlying the economy, if in fact the Fed does begin a rate cutting cycle, we believe returns in the equities market should be positive, over the course of the next 12 to 24, statistically even 5 years, as you can see on the chart, all the way to the right. So basically, just to summarize, we think that capital markets are going to start to thaw as rates go lower, and we believe that the strongest companies, the biggest companies, will be the first out of the gate. They'll be the first to test the waters. If they perform well and get valuations that are indicative, or if they get the valuations that they believe that their company should be able to justify in a good market as rates go lower, we think that'll open the floodgates for some of the smaller ones that are on the fringes to also start to come out and test the waters for going public. So we think rates is really going to be the biggest catalyst, shocker to everyone I know, to drive the next cycle of IPOs. And with that, I appreciate all you guys for listening to me opine on the markets for 10 minutes before lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Charles Webb, who will be talking about innovation through culinary creations.
Well, we've now crossed from morning to the afternoon. So muy buenas tardes. We're now moving into the afternoon. My name is Charles Webb, our chef Charles Webb, and I'm very grateful to be here to talk to you a little bit about what I do and hopefully my purpose and my impact on this planet. So this is my docuseries called #Chef on Tour, where it's very vibrant. You can see a lot of beautiful colors, where I go around the world and I highlight a lot of the people who are making a difference in art, fashion, music, gastronomy, tech, entrepreneur, all of the things that surround us in our lives. We do it to tell their stories and to really let those stories resonate with us in a lot of different ways, especially with our audience, who is a 24 to 35-year-old. That's the main demographic that we hold, now getting into 40, and who are jumping around the world. A lot of them who pick up their laptops and they could just travel around the world and live. So they want to know what the vibe is, and they want to know what's really going on in the city. And this is what we do. We recently just filmed in Medellin, Colombia. Medellin is a very dynamic city. A lot of great things are happening. Those of you who are understanding how these new global cities are starting to impact us. Like prior to that was Malaga. Malaga has become the startup capital of Europe and a very sustainable city. For us, it's been really important to tap into that and to tap into all of the great things that are happening on the planet beyond gastronomy. As we all know, food, it brings us all together, and is food something that we all do when we do business? Food, most of business is not done in boardrooms, but it's done sometimes in restaurants and even maybe a dirty bar or two. Here you could actually see those storytellers that I did bring together, and then of course, one thing that's very important, and I think echoing back what Doug was talking about, was people having purpose. And that's extremely important with what I do because purpose is a big driver for me. I've been very fortunate to have 92 jobs living in 9 countries across the world. Chicago, Illinois is my home base, but I have been in Brazil for 22 years. I spend roughly about 25% of my life there, currently in a small fishing village called Búzios. But it's really important to have purpose-driven, not just in our content, but in my heart and my soul, or my alma, which is, I believe, the restaurant we're eating at. this morning, or we ate at this morning. And that means your soul. So my purpose is, what's something that's extremely important is to go a step further outside of creating digital content around lifestyle, travel, and food, and actually even something even more so than just tapping into the local culture and what that looks like, but really understanding how, if I could help the world and how I can make the world a better place and I could save the world, what would I do? And that's something that I always say, but I'm only one person. So it's extremely important for me to tap into all of those people that are doing that. And we do choose one foundation. What that means is we choose one foundation in the world, and each city that we're in. In Medellin, it was Mi Barrio, Mi Sueño, which means my neighborhood and my dream. And Andrea, the lady who is the founder of the foundation, supports the community and in a very special way. A lot of people are underprivileged in the world, and that community in particular, in Comuna 3, unfortunately has a lot of folks that do not even have ovens or stoves in their homes to nourish their children. So one of the initiatives that I'm doing is I'm going out there and I'm going to actually fundraise through a couple of dinners that I'll do with my clients, because I'm still in the trenches doing dinners with clients in Chicago and across the US, and then actually across the world. And we're going to actually find them the funds to be able to help the 137 families bring ovens and stoves to their homes. And that for me I think was really important. That's really what I wanted to start things out with when Sinan was talking about me coming out, because that for me is impact. And that for me is something more than when I wear a chef's coat or I wear a jacket, or what does that look like. And that was something that we really drive on. So that's Chef, a little bit about Chef on Tour around the world, as you could see, and a little bit about what I do in regards to Gourmet Catering and Private Chef. And of course, I'm not into California. It seems like everyone is from California here, but that's just a hop and skip away. So I think that was also the idea, is like to understand that, that's just, a little jaunt for me to come in and maybe do a little razzle dazzle. So are there any questions? Because I'm leading everyone into lunch, and I know everyone wants to get to lunch right now. So are there any questions that I could answer or help anyone understand? And if you don't have them now, we got the next, 48 hours. You could articulate those back to me. And I look forward to meeting everyone here and seeing how I can add a little value to your lives and to what you're doing.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chef.
You got it.
Awesome. So look at that. I mean, we got AI, quantum computing. There was so much that I learned just listening to the brilliance in this room. This is so awesome. So now comes the time for lunch. Every year, Kai and I always pick something ethnic or different for lunch. So we're going Mediterranean this time. So we have a lunch buffet right outside these walls right here on the other side. So if everyone can also clear the table, because we're going to set up something really special and cool that you're going to all engage in with our speaker, Larry Armstrong.
Okay, we're going to talk about something very conceptual today. So this idea of layers is the way I think in my life, and it's developed over a period of time. And right now, in this room, there's tons of physical layers. So we have this high ceiling up here and this angled soffit, and then the lower ceiling, and then the surface of the table and the floor, and then the jungle and the glass and the space and the seating and the table and so on. And so physical layers are all around us all the time, both built and natural. There's layers in the lighting in this space right now. I've got this frickin' light in my face right now. I've got the downlights from above. We've got the natural light coming in from outside and light from the screens and the shadows that it creates. So a whole series of light layers. And we have audio layers. It's me talking and a little bit of echo in the room and people shuffling their feet a little bit. So there's all kinds of layers, and there's all kinds of layers of thought and emotion in here right now from each of us. You're either thinking about what the next thing is, or trying to listen to me maybe, or worrying about something at home, and we all have different series of emotional, mental, intellectual layers going on. And so it's kind of the idea, the concept that I put into what I'm going to talk about. And so I'll start with the art. I'm an artist, if you know me. I'm an architect, artist, CEO, chairman. And the art that I do is very abstract and very architectural, and it has all to do with studying this idea of layers. And so this piece is a series of pieces of metal that interact, and as you can see, the frames are also layered, and the piece itself transcends the frame. So the art transcends the frame. That's a kind of an idea, a concept that I like to carry forward into all of my work. And you can see the orderliness of it and also the chaos within it at the same time that create layers. This piece is one of a series that I'm based on my studio floor. If you went into my studio right now, it kind of looks like this on the floor. And so it's just a whole series of both random and purposeful color and layers of that idea that transcend it. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Okay, so I wrote a book because my daughter encouraged me to write a book. I was never planning to write a book about leadership and how we built our Southern California architectural firm into an international design institution. And so over time, I like to incorporate these ideas that I'm talking about in a very conceptual way and take inspirations from people, from business books, metaphors, anything that inspires me, and try to figure out how to incorporate that into a concept that helps our business grow and dominate our industry, which is what we've done. And so these are sort of how the chapters are laid out in the book. And I'm going to go through just a few examples of the different influences in the book that helped us build our company. And you know, the design industry and the architectural industry has existed for thousands and thousands of years. It's not a new business. It's not a new type of business. So for a company to build and grow to the scale, which was 40, 50x in the time we took over the firm, is unusual. And so these concepts helped us make our way. So one of the biggest influences in my life and in the way I think and the way I think about layers is Leonardo da Vinci. We talked about curiosity earlier, and he was the most curious person probably that ever lived, and as far as I'm concerned, the greatest genius that ever lived. He was a proponent of whole brain thinking. I'm not just embracing all of your strengths, but building on every aspect of learning all the time, continuous learning till the day he died. You know, when he for a person in the Renaissance, he lived a long time. He was in his, I think, late 80s when he finally passed away in France, and he was bummed and he was disappointed in himself that he didn't accomplish enough in his life, if you can imagine that. Leonardo da Vinci. So he was a great artist, but he was also an amazing business development person. He was in amazing shape. He kept himself healthy, ate right, worked out, was a great engineer. He understood how to build canals and new weaponry for war and architecture. And so he was multifaceted, and he really exemplified sort of whole brain thinking, which I love. And so I've tried to exemplify this in my life and in building our company. So here's a cool little something everyone understands is the Roadrunner and the Coyote. We turned it into a metaphor for building our company. And by the way, I'm going to talk about a lot of different stuff that doesn't seem like it relates to each other, but what we've done is synthesized all this different input and figured out how to apply it to build our company in a very creative way. So the Roadrunner and the Coyote in our company represents business development, building your company, and operations. So the Coyote can never catch the Roadrunner. The Roadrunner is business development. The Coyote is operations. The Roadrunner can never get too far ahead of the Coyote. If Coyote falls on its face and gets smashed, the wheels fall off our company and we're not servicing our clients right. So it's been a concept that the business developers are out in front and the operations guys have to keep up and perform at all times. The visible light spectrum. Here's a concept from your high school physics class. We were a firm that was not diversified when we took it over. Like I said, we were a Southern California architectural firm. We specialized in industrial and office buildings for commercial developers. So when the economy took a downturn, the first thing that stops is speculative building, and so it really affected and hurt our company. So we set out to diversify our company for the future to help protect us from those shocks. But how are we going to do it? And so we came up with this metaphor using the visible light spectrum to decide, okay, well, what's within our visible light spectrum? We're awesome, we're great at commercial real estate. You know, our reason for existing is we're leading design for commercial real estate. That's like 5 words, Doug.
Very good, Larry.
Okay. But what else can we do besides speculative industrial and office buildings? Well, okay, we diversified into healthcare, science and technology, advanced manufacturing, interiors, retail. And these were all colors in our commercial real estate visible light spectrum. We could work for the Fortune 500 in all their office and industrial retail space and have diversified clients beyond the commercial development industry. The Fortune 500 is much more stable in terms of when they do work and when they don't do work. They're always doing work. But we're not going to do custom homes. Okay, I can't see it. We're not going to go work on military bases or build stadiums. I can't see that. It's outside the visible light spectrum. So this was sort of a lesson and a metaphor we used to how to diversify our company, but within stuff we could be great at and stuff we could lead and dominate. It's a way to stay focused. Okay, here's another one. I'm very influenced by Vince Lombardi. Everybody knows who Vince Lombardi is. He wrote the Lombardi Credo, which I love. But the basis of it is, and I think for all of us, it's great. First of all, he built a great team, and he didn't really have any superstars. It was about building the team to succeed and motivating the team to succeed for a common mission. And his philosophy was, whoever you are, wherever you're born in your life, and whatever, and you know, Beat It exemplifies this big time. It's your responsibility every day to do your best, improve your position, and see what you can accomplish. So I was given the incredible opportunity to buy our company back in the early 90s and take it over and run it. You know, so I was CEO of our company for 28 years. So, you know, talk about gratitude. My mission really was to build our company to give as many people as possible a great experience and a great opportunity to build their careers. And so that is really what drove our growth. that opportunity in empowering people and helping them to reach their potential. Okay, blue ocean strategy. I've got a bunch of business books that I refer to in my book that have influenced the way we've grown our company. And there's several of them. And when you read a business book, there's a lot of great ideas. The trick is, how do you take a concept that you're inspired by and adapt it to your company so that you can actually get use out of it, grow, make it make sense for you? This one really resonated. If you know Blue Ocean Strategy, it's about creating uncontested market space, doing things that your competition can't do, making the competition irrelevant. And this book has a lot of great examples of how that was done by different companies, and not swimming in a red commoditized ocean. None of us wants to do that. And so this was a great influence and a great example. I've also got, several books and other books listed in my book that were influencing. Good to Great is probably another really good one that influenced a lot. So you see how these inputs come from a lot of different seemingly weird places, but we synthesized all of this together to form strategies for our company. And so it's all in here. And I don't know if I have any more slides. But anyway, so I wrote this book because my daughter wanted me to write it. It's got all these things and a lot more stuff in it. And I've got a little book plate in front of each of you. And so if this is of interest to anyone and you want to pre-order it, I'd be happy to sign one of those for you. And when you get the book, you can stick it inside. And now, time for more fun. You have in front of you a canvas. This is time for you all to, we're going to put down some layers on this canvas. First thing I want you to do is, before you turn it over, I want you to put your name on the back of it, so later Caroline knows who's who. Because we're going to have to leave them overnight to dry. And then you can take them home. And then I'm going to paint too. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, first thing I want you to do is take one of your colors and put some in the paint dish. Just one. All right? All right, take your brush. I want you to put down some strokes that represent order. Any brush you want. Put down some strokes that to you represent orderliness, precision, that sort of thing, okay? We'll take a couple minutes and do that. Looks pretty cool. A lot of different solutions. Okay, when you're ready, open up a second bottle. And in this time, we're not going to pour it in the dish. Think of disorder. Think of chaos. Think of things that are not in control or that are natural. And then I want you to squirt it on your canvas, representing how you feel about that. Use up paint really fast when you're squirting. How you doing? It looks amazing. Okay, number 3. Open up your third one. Once again, you're going to squirt the paint on your canvas, but it's something in between the first two, however you interpret that. All right, so think of that as a conceptual idea to help with the idea of this layers. And so how do you interpret all the layers in your life? What inspires you, and what can you synthesize with other input to come up with your unique solution to build your company into a dominant force? That's what we did. Here's mine. Thanks.
I'm going to turn it over to my friend Billy Beach to talk to us a little bit about digital currencies and the work that he's doing. Billy Beach.
Blockchain has and is continuing to change the way we look at investments, finance, value, and self-custody or ownership of investments. And one of the major changes that we've seen is the ability to democratize capital raise for various different projects over a global scale. A great example of that, and some of the conversation I've had recently asking how this works. So one of the previous projects that I was involved in 22 months, basically through fractionalization and tokenization, we were able to raise $3 billion over 12 different organizations. And some of our investors got returns as high as 17,000%, which is insane. It's crazy that that can happen. So at T7X, we are a real-world asset crypto exchange. So there are a lot of exchanges out there right now, but what we're focusing on is specifically taking cash flow assets, raising capital to help support those assets, and then delivering stabilized and self-custody returns to our clients. So the idea behind T7X, I am not the founder, I'm the president of business development. However, the founder, who is a friend of Sinan's, Matt Nicosia, has a large background in investment banking. He's taken close to 50 companies public. One of the last companies that they took public, called Vivacor, was naked shorted. Lost a lot of money, I think to the tune of $200-300 million. Blockchain solves this problem because it is absolute. It's a ledger that is 100% accurate. You can't have a share without proving that you have the share. What crypto mining is, a lot of us, when I first heard crypto mining was, is it someone out digging up gold and I get a return? What crypto mining actually is it's proof of an algorithm. So you have a high-powered computer that is taking a transaction on one side and a transaction on the other side and verifying off of the ledger, which is absolute, that person A is actually transferring to person B. And for that algorithm, you get a small return. That is how blockchain is designed, right? So therefore, if we're fractionalizing a company, taking a company public, right, as you would as an IPO, what you're doing is you're creating X amount of shares that are on a ledger that can't be manipulated. So a true value remains within those assets. Now, some of the examples of what we're doing in T7X is we have a handful of boutique resorts down in Tulum. If everybody's been down to Tulum, it's beautiful down there. Well, one thing about doing business in Mexico is, as an investor, to go down to Mexico and either build a resort, buy a resort, etc., that's a 100% cash play, which is great. But as you move forward, everything else you do is a cash play, right? You want to expand? Cash move. You want to update your facility, add pools, et cetera, which is some of the stuff that we've done for this facility. Everything is cash. You can't access liquid capital back out of that project once you've already paid for it. So with tokenization, because we can work outside of those constraints, we can offer these boutique hotel owners 50% LTV, put lockbox on the actual asset, the resort itself, offer them a fantastic rate, somewhere between 12 and 14%, which is substantially better than even as a Mexican resident you'd be able to get, which is roughly 22 to 26%. We can arbitrage that return, offer our token holders roughly 8 to 10%, and everybody wins. The best part about that is instead of going in traditional finance, like you were talking about earlier, right? Going to banks or going to groups of investors or going to private equity firms or VC firms that put constraints on how you raise capital, tokens are worldwide. All it takes is a grassroots or a decent marketing campaign and an understanding of what you're offering as an asset, and you have the entire world now to help you raise capital for these projects. So the idea is, and the other side of this, right, that is very important to T7X is we believe the entire world should be able to take advantage of all of the things that we all create, whether it's oil, gas, real estate, et cetera, right? So we can have a token launched on a worldwide secure exchange and have buyers in India contribute their capital on such a small scale to where, I mean, they could buy $25 in token. That doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're looking at a global scale and you have hundreds of millions of people participating in this token, you can raise capital very, very quickly with very limited constraints. So what we realized is we built a handful of tokens to do this, and then we found out that a lot of the exchanges are over-leveraged. They're leveraging consumer funds. They don't have the banking rules. They're getting hit for AML, et cetera. I don't know if you guys saw that happen in Binance, or they're just flat out getting hacked. We spoke about that earlier, about security, right? It's very important. So we took all of the broken pieces of crypto, and what we like to say is we've made crypto grow up. So we are fully registered. We follow all security protocols as if we were a publicly traded company. So we're not playing in the world of decentralization like a lot of crypto projects are. We're protecting our investors, we're protecting the capital from our investors, and we're protecting our projects, but we're allowing the entire world to take part in solid returns from very solid cash flow assets. The movement forward is what we're looking to put 10 to 12 of our own assets from our family office. Very stable starting off at first, very low risk, solid returns, kind of build our platform. Then we'll move to more to medium risk. Maybe we have some oil opportunities, et cetera. And then we want to move over to some higher risk items like pharmaceuticals, et cetera, that could have big returns on down the road. But the idea is we have built a platform for us to tokenize our assets, raise capital very simply, but also for the rest of the world to come in and have a safe place without naked shorting, without dark trading, to raise capital and build their businesses on a very stable and secure platform. Anybody have any questions? Cool, well, I appreciate your time. Thanks, guys.
Next up, we have Joe Fries, who's going to be talking about extended reality, color, AI, and the next generation.
I am going to try and weave in a little bit on leadership, introduce Codezen, and show you two new things we are developing in 10 minutes. I'm Joe Fries. Quick on me, I was CEO of a company in Orange County that I sold to a public company in 2015. And the one thing I learned, we took a business, we sold business forms. And we took that business, but by the time we sold it, it was a company that was one of the largest brand management and marketing services firms on the West Coast. And the one thing I learned during that was we were going to be uncomfortable for a long period of time. And I stand in front of you today telling you I'm pretty uncomfortable because I'm not a technology guy. And Mike Merchant, who you're going to get introduced to in a minute, convinced me to come to work for him after doing consulting work for him for 2 years full-time in January. So here I am today because Mike couldn't make it down here. The only other story I'll tell you real quick, I am new to KCOM and Sinan probably 6 weeks in. Somehow he even got me to Mexico pretty quick. we decided we wanted to make Mike a thought leader, and you'll meet him in a minute, and with some of the technology we're working on. So I started doing some walking through my Rolodex trying to find a PR firm, and ultimately ended with Sinan about 6 weeks ago. So it's been a very fast 6 weeks with lots of connections and things like that, and ultimately I ended up down here. So let me talk a little bit real quick about Codazen. I let my team there have some creative thought with what they wanted me to present here. A bunch of great kids back there in our office in Irvine. There's our branding and our logo. It's a 17-year-old digital engineering agency. We specialize in producing intelligent marketing solutions for large clients. Our main client is Meta. We have a high concentration, do a lot of work for Meta. It's not your garden variety website. These are things that have a lot of data science behind them, incrementality, something where we're trying to do something and create a lot of improvement, and not simple, working with a lot of proprietary systems. We operate under this idea, rethink the experience we're trying to give someone and rethink the result. We're trying to help someone with a better result. We sort of drive the business that way and try to make things simple for people. As it relates to the theme today, thought leadership, we're in the middle of trying to make Mike particularly a thought leader in web technology. But one thing I'll say internally also we're trying to work on, the business 2 years ago had a hell of a time trying to hire people. Everybody was grabbing all the best digital engineers, the best kids out of college. We're seeing that change a little bit, but we realized we had to be an innovative place to work, because a lot of these, some of the brightest minds that work in this stuff, they've got choices where they want to work. And if they were going to come to work for us, we had to make the place a great place to work, but it had to be exciting. And some of the challenges we've had is we were stuck with, we have this one main client and they're working on the same stuff all the time. That gets boring to them. These bright people, they want new challenges. So ultimately, Mike's that kind of person too, and ultimately we've come up with a couple concepts that they're really excited about. One's the immersive web, and the other one's perception, and I'm going to introduce them both to you, two new technologies we're working on that we're about to take to market. So listen to Mike for a sec.
At Codazen, we believe the future of the web is immersive. For 17 years, Codazen has been pushing the envelope of what's possible on the web. Now we're bringing the familiar 2D web into 3D environments that work on any kind of device. Hi, I'm Mike Merchant, CEO of Codazen. I tried the Oculus VR headset over 10 years ago, and I thought, can we use this to make browsing the web work like the interactions in Iron Man? 10 years later, there are millions of people with VR headsets, browser standards for 3D content, and soon, AR glasses that will be even smaller and lighter. There are still two challenges for a more immersive web. One, millions of people that don't have headsets, and two, jumping into virtual environments in 3D can be jarring. We're taking a different approach. We're making 2D content work side by side with 3D enhancements. And we're making these experiences work right inside the web browsers we all use today. This way, the immersive web can be both innovative and accessible.
So ultimately, what we're trying to do is create more immersive experiences. There's only so many headsets out there, but we've recognized that there's other ways to use that type of technology without even a headset. So we think the key markets we're going to take this into is a lot of it's going to be in training, product knowledge type markets, could be in education, where people want something that has increased engagement, it's a lot more impactful, improved connection with a brand potentially. We think the auto industry has got some prime examples where we want to try and use the technology. But we do know that you get improved learning and higher retention if you can give something that's more immersive. The challenge we've had is not everybody wants to put a headset on. And we've learned that a lot with Meta and doing a lot of work for them. It's still sort of a clunky device. There's not that many of them out there yet when you really look across all markets. So we're creating this whole other way that we think we can create an immersive experience without having to wear a headset, which is the unique thing about it, or you could wear a headset. So that's one idea we're tackling. The next one's perception. So about 2 years ago, the company And the digital design team there went to Mike and said, look, we're doing all this work in color and there's this book here. And the book by Kobayashi was sort of they said, can we turn this into an AI tool? Is there a way to create something that selects color with real science behind it? And Mike and his team have spent about 2 years, we've invested about $2 million developing the tool. So let me try and walk you through it. This is typically not a 2-minute demonstration, but I'm going to try and do it in 2 minutes, and I created a video to do it. So let me try this with you. So what you do is, in the top corner here, you go in and select what industry you're in, and you type in a word. We typed in delicate, and it gives us some color palettes. Go back in again. We type in nostalgic. It gives you a different set of palettes. Again, created by a machine learning model and a bunch of data that we've been throwing in to create different types of palettes. And depending on what you want, we could create other words. We could put multiple words in, again, without getting too deep into it. But there's some real science behind how the colors have been selected versus how it's typically subjective. We're talking about it's been in branding over the years, and you had to go select a color for your company. Now we have something where you can actually pick colors with the science behind it. Now, the next step in it, it allows it. I'm going to show you the way we extract something. Again, real brief. I put a picture up here. I select certain colors out of the picture, if you can see that, and say, I want to know what these mean. I want to associate these words with certain colors. I bring it down, analyze it, and those colors came up real briefly with fresh, refreshing, pure, simple. Then we go beyond and we give you a long description based on the AI and the machine learning so far we've built about what these colors mean. So ultimately, we think it's a tool. We've taken it to the paint industry, and we're in some deep discussions with a couple of paint companies for use in helping people select paint and colors for their home for do-it-yourselfers. We think it's got a lot of applications out in the branding world. And as we get further into this whole immersive web concept, we think there's a lot of tie-in together in how we can marry the two technologies and utilize them in creating experiences for people with some real science behind it. So long or the short, that's a quick demo of both.
All right, folks, please welcome up Salim Gasparik, who's going to talk to us about real estate momentum of Park City, Utah.
All of us getting together, everybody having an equal opportunity voice at the table, to me, that's finding the better way of doing what we do in this market, high-end luxury homes.
So the 4C group is not a group of architects, a group of interior designers, and a group of construction professionals. It's a group of all of them together working in harmony, which is what makes us different than everyone else.
The 4C group design process, we try and make it easy. And the way we do that is by being super methodical, super organized, and we keep it fun, which to me is the best job in the world.
We're fortune tellers.
Because when you can bring in the designer and the contractor together, you can actually really get to a place where you're able to forecast what the end result's going to be. By being fully vertically integrated, by being truly collaborative, allows us to do it. We can help clients understand costs throughout the entire design process.
3-letter word, wow. I mean, that's really, if I can get that out of anybody, if we want to put it down to the smallest bit, it's wow, right? We provide wow.
When a stone wall makes its way outside, it very much has to work with the interiors, with the scheme. The 4 C's stand for the 4 corners of the table, with architecture, interior design, construction, and most importantly, the client. They definitely have a voice and a seat at the table, and in fact, that's where the 4C design process starts, is with the client. We want to hear what the owner wants, and we want to see everything that site has to offer. We put those together and start sketching. We are looking at floor plans, but actually it's being built in 3D in real time.
We are artists, and we are artisans coming together, which ultimately provides the client with the best experience.
And Solon called me and said, hey, what do you think about this idea of this true harmonized collaboration all under one roof. I was like, yeah, it's about time. Let's do this.
Well, cool. So I'm Solom Gasparic. I'm the co-founder and chief visionary officer for the 4C Design Group. I want to say thanks to Nepal. He helped put that video together and edit it for us. And who is the 4C Group? We are a highly collaborative group of architects, interior designers, and construction specialists. What do? We do high-end luxury homes. We start with the owner's dream, and we take it all the way through the end of construction. Who do we do it for? We do it for homeowners, investors, and developers. Kind of the goal for this presentation is not only, I want to get you kind of pumped up about the Park City market because I love Park City, kind of show off some of the big developments in Park City, and then kind of give you a little insight into what 4C does and how we believe we're leaders in that marketplace. So I know a lot of you actually have homes in Park City and lived in Park City, but just a brief history. Park City originally was founded as a mining town back in the 1800s, kind of mining town, now to boom town. Right now, I believe Park City offers significant growth opportunities for the owners and investors. Quick map overview of Park City. This is a little older one right now. So you have Deer Valley over here, Park City, and the canyons, which probably know now Park City and the canyons is all combined into one large ski resort. And now Deer Valley is also going to be doubling in size pretty soon. So we have some pretty massive ski areas in the area. Below are there's over probably 20 high-end communities up in the Park City area. These are just some of the ones that we're currently doing work in. Kind of give you a comparison for value and why I think we're seeing a large growth come to Park City. I'm not an expert in these other areas, so some of these stats are just taken online, but from our clients, we kind of know these are true. So Aspen, we have homes selling $2,500 a square foot. Vel, $1,100 foot. Jackson Hole, $1,400 foot. Park City, we're still in that $800 square foot range. So still a great value and opportunity. Where is everybody coming from that's coming to Park City? Well, it's all you guys in this room from Orange County, apparently. So, I mean, probably 50% of our clientele is from Orange County. We're seeing a lot of clients coming from Texas, Chicago, Florida, New York, New Jersey. Obviously, this is the big news that just got released this year. 2034 Olympics. As we saw from the 2002 Olympics, that provided a huge economic boom. I think the next one, this is going to be even better. Tourism and hospitality. What we like to say in Park City is everybody comes to Park City for the winter, but they end up staying for the summer. We have over 12 ski resorts in the 12 golf communities in the local area. There's over 500 miles of mountain bike trails. There's 5 national parks. It's almost unlimited summer activities. So we're seeing a lot of people come, especially from the Texas, Florida area coming. They're really coming for the summers, not necessarily the winter. All right, so one of the first communities I kind of want to highlight is Promontory. This is kind of the gorilla of communities in Park City. It's 7,200 acres. It's got just over 1,900 home sites, about 1,300 sold. Average price home and there's about $800 a foot. The interesting thing about that is there's only about 900 homes built currently in Promontory. So it's really at that 50-yard line. So a lot of room and potential and opportunity for growth there. We started working there about 20 years ago, and just kind of give you a few little stories about Park City and what we do there. So one of the big things in Park City and what we do with residential architecture is we have to deal with the homeowners and a DRC community with very strict design guidelines. So back in 2005, when we first started doing work in Promontory, almost all the homes were kind of a traditional mountain style architecture. Well, we had a client come in from New York about 10 years ago, and he wanted to push the envelope. He wanted a very high level modern design, kind of New York style, clean house. So because we had such a great relationship with Promontory, we were able to kind of push the boundaries and get this home that I would say is pretty contemporary. It's kind of become one of our signature homes in Promontory, able to get that passed. Some interiors. So coming up to speed and where we believe 4C can add a lot of value is, you saw that stat, $870 a square foot is kind of the average price in Promontory. Well, this house we just completed, it was completed about 2 months ago, put it on the market, sold in 3 days. It not only set the record for the highest sale in Promontory at $14.8 million, but it also sold per square foot at like just over $1,400 a foot. So. This is an overall map of Promontory with all the 1,900 lots. So Promontory came to us because we've had such a long-term relationship, and they're doing this par 3 golf course here. And so they each have all these little subdivisions inside there. And they asked us to design a developer product on these 42 lots surrounding the par 3 golf course. And so we're going to developer, that's one thing that we do in these different developments, and help them come up with 6 floor plans that they're able to leverage as developer product in and around the golf course. All right, this is a new one of my favorite communities that's coming online in Park City. I don't know if anybody knows about it, but it's the Marcella community. What's super interesting about it, it's got ski in, ski out, lots on the Deer Valley Mountain. It's got this 20,000 square foot private clubhouse for members only. They're only going to be doing 500 memberships in this development. So it's going to have the ski access, ski lodge. They're also doing a Tiger Woods course across the Jordanelle Lake, which is going to be phenomenal. And then they're also going to have an additional 18-hole golf course and then a par 3 course. That's going to be the Tiger Woods course. You're also going to have a boat club over on Deer Creek, which is kind of a unique amenity. So one of the challenges with when a developer is starting a big new development is you guys come as buyers and you really have no vision on what is the community, what's this development going to be. Well, when they release lots, there's always what we call the AA plus lots. Those ones sell easy, sell for big dollars, but there's always challenging lots inside the development. Well, because of what we do in Park City, and we've had a long-term success of designing homes there, Marcelo came to us and asked us to design and build a spec house on one of these challenging lots. Has a massive ski retaining wall behind it. Well, we were so successful in what we do by putting it on this. We usually go drone the site. We build a 3D model, put on there. We can do like a fly around of that. Well, just after we'd finished conceptual and then schematic design on this, they were able to sell that lot before they even had to build it. So now we're on to the next one with them. So that's one of the services that we offer for developers. Pretty cool. You can see the gondola right there. Another issue is, early on in development, so this is the Marcella golf side of the property. It's on the whole other lot. So there's going to be 500 lots there, and they have such a high demand because of they're only going to release 500 memberships that there's a waiting list to purchase lots. So it becomes a lottery system. So what happens is owners come to us and like, hey, I want to buy a lot, but I have no idea. I'm only going to have 48 hours, 72 hours to make this purchase. Well, what we're able to do is we're able to work with the developer. They can kind of give us this KMZ file. We can overlay it on Google Earth and study all the different potential lot options that are available. And then we work with the client designing conceptual floor plans on their dream. Now, we know it's going to change, you can manipulate, but the idea is to get with the owner and kind of come up with a concept that we know is going to fit within the constraints of the lots that are being offered. And that way, when the lots come online, we can say, hey, we believe this, we can give them a list of their top 3 options, 4 options, so they can feel confident in their purchase. And this one's even cool using Google Earth. We're able to kind of place a house on the site and even give the owner a conceptual view of what they might see out their house. This is the Colony. I don't know how much people know about the Colony, but Colony's a much smaller development in Park City. It's been around a long time. The unique thing about the Colony is it's all within the Park City ski resort. It's only 274 lots, but almost all lots have great ski in, ski out access. And in this community, since it's kind of much more mature, there's only about 30 lots left. Well, we had a private investor come to us, and he went in and purchased 12 lots and wants to do spec houses. So some of the challenging things that come along with spec houses, A, you have to have diversity in design. You want to be starting design. You actually want to put the house under contract and get it sold prior to completion so that we're always able to roll through these houses. Let's get through this. So we've had 5 successful out of those 12 already, 5 successful. Everyone getting better and better, starting at about 13 million for the first sell, all the way up to 19 million. And what we're able to do is we're able to design it, like I said, put it on the site, drone it so that the sales team, we can give them these assets, and they're able to go actually sell these products prior to the house being complete. So to give you an example, I just barely put this one in here so just last week, this is the one that they just put on the market. We have all 3D assets, but this house just went under contract for $25 million, and this is the stage that the house is in. So happy client, keeps us going. We get to keep moving on in the process. So that's a success that we do with investors. All right, Tuhei. This is another great, this is going to be the kind of the last one I talk about. The interesting thing about Tuhei, it's a little smaller. I think it's just about, to check my notes, just under 700 home sites, only 225 completed homes, so there's still a lot to do. Great views. They have a tower club, so they also have ski access at Deer Valley. Views of the reservoir. So one of the things about Tuhei that's interesting is very strict design guidelines. They want to keep a consistent look throughout the development. So there's not like in that promontory photo where they're really trying to push and evolve with kind of what the clients want. They want to keep a consistent aesthetic throughout there. So the challenging part is we kind of have to design within a very tight constraints of their design guidelines. This house is interesting because there's always height issues when involved in Tuhei, and we have to make sure that the house never crosses the ridge line. So we have to produce lots of studies showing that. And this a lot more that goes into it than this photo, but you can see how the house sits below the ridge line. But the unique thing about this house is this entire house, and this goes around to what we do with working with the client, is the whole house was designed around this 40-foot lap pool for her dogs to swim in. So it's her dog swimming pool, right? So, it's what makes it fun, right? Let's see here. So in ending, one of our core beliefs is luxury created around you. With the 2034 Olympics coming and over 20 high-end developments in the Park City area, we believe Park City is poised for significant growth and opportunity. And these opportunities exist whether you're a homeowner, an investor, or a developer. And then 4C is here to provide that luxury client experience. Thanks.
All right, folks, please welcome up Colin Myers, who's going to talk a little bit about financial health and leadership.
Hey everybody, what a great event. I want to thank you again, Sinan, for making this happen, Hall as well, and Nepal. You guys are great. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on financial leadership. We talked about a lot of different aspects of leadership, so it's nice to kind of dive into this specific one. So this is a painting of Napoleon at Austerlitz, which is great for our French delegation here. With Napoleon representing. I grew up loving history. My dad always would talk about history at the dinner table. He'd talk about famous battles and got me excited. And that's what I always thought a leader was. I thought a leader was someone who dove in, they led their soldiers on the battlefield, they chose where to deploy them. This is an amazing battle if you can ever read about it, seeing how Napoleon in his strategic mind it's the Battle of Three Emperors, how he was able to gain victory on that day is amazing. But it's mostly about resource utilization, how he was able to inspire, to lead, and to have those soldiers charge exactly where they needed to at the right time. So after hearing about all these battles and famous generals, what I wanted to do was, well, I don't just want to listen to this, I want to be one of those guys. And so that led to this. And this is really cheesy and funny, but I wanted to play my part, and so I had this vision to go into the Navy. And in my mind, the Navy, I had this romantic vision that was like the ships of the line, you know, back in the 1800s, where you're climbing the rat lines with a knife in your teeth and the wind in your hair. And I know there's a couple Navy folks in here, Sean and Tom, and yep. And so anyway, it wasn't exactly this. This is what my Navy experience was. It was working, taking a history major like myself from the Naval Academy and becoming a nuclear engineer. And that was the next many years of my life. And it wasn't just working a nuclear power plant, it was working with nuclear missiles. So I was on back-to-back Ohio-class submarines, and they carry up to 24 nuclear missiles. Each one has 8 warheads on it, and each warhead is 80 times more powerful than what we dropped on Hiroshima. So we're talking world-ending capability on a 500-foot boat. My job was handling the launch codes. And it's still amazing to me that you can take a 27-year-old and give him this kind of capability. And one person can't launch. But the whole mission behind this it's called strategic deterrence. It means that even if another enemy, you know, a great power competitor would blow up the whole country, we could still strike them back because we've got submarines out there. Even if they took out all of our intercontinental ballistic missile silos, we could still strike them back because even we don't know where those submarines are. But the only way that happens is when the submarine is what's called on alert. You're out there, nobody can know where you are, you can't communicate. And you have to take the resources, what you have on that boat, and use it. Because you have to continually be in communications, you gotta be ready to launch. So if something breaks, you better fix it. And if you don't have the parts, you better take apart something else to reassemble it and be able to get back in communications and make the mission work. So it really takes a lot of thoughts. Okay, this is what we have, how do we deploy it to achieve the mission? So when I came out of the Navy, I got my MBA, I studied finance because I thought that was something I really didn't know that much about. But it turns out, in a weird way, I did. My time in the Navy was all about, hey, how do we take what we have and deploy it in a manner that's most effective to the mission? So financial management is really essentially resource allocation. And that's simple enough, but what is financial leadership? So that's a real question. How do you lead? So I want to kind of reframe our thinking here a little bit. And I want you to think about dollars and what is that? And sure, money is a tool. You can't lead a tool, you lead people. But when you think about what those are, what dollars are, they're really just, each one is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to get, with a potential to help you achieve your vision or not. It's up to you. Almost think about Napoleon at Austerlitz here, where he's got, instead of soldiers, they're actually dollar signs. And he's deploying those dollar signs, having those dollar signs go to get victory, because each of those soldiers is potential, and each aspect of resource, each dollar that we have is an aspect to help achieve a mission. Nothing so conclusively proves a man's ability to lead others as what he does from day to day to lead himself. So as we think about if we're going to lead our team, our organization, our company, to use those potential, all those dollars that we have across the whole enterprise, the best place to start is, well, how do we lead ourselves? How do we lead in the area of our home with our personal finances? Is that something we've considered? How are we deploying those resources? We know what our company mission is. What is our personal mission? How do we bring all that together and have it be integrated? So given the limited time we have today, I thought the best way to touch on this is a book from 1926 from George Clason. It's called The Richest Man in Babylon. And he gives some really cool, simple principles on how to manage wisely, on how to lead those resources. And it comes down to this core human truth. 6,000 years ago in Babylon, the height of civilization at that time, humanity hasn't changed since then. We're still the same. We've seen today, we've got all kinds of great technologies, but we're basically the same as people. And the truth is, without systems in place, our expenses will always rise to the level of our income. This applies to business just as much as it applies to personal finance. So how do we combat that? How do we mitigate against that? And the answer is, and you can think for yourself whether this applies to your business or if it applies to you personally or both, we've got an opportunity to take 10% right off the top and set it aside so it works for you. So the richest man in Babylon came from a guy named Arcad, and he was no more skilled than anybody else, but he found himself to become the wealthiest man in the city. And the reason was this: everybody else was just spending whatever they brought in, but he kept setting 10% aside. Some of you may be in businesses where you're like, there's no way, I don't even have a 10% margin, Colin. How am I going to be able to set 10% aside? Well, there's ways to do that, and we can absolutely talk afterwards. Next, think of each dollar that you have as an employee. Give it profitable employment so it'll work for you. And then it will self-create more employees. And richest man of Babylon, they called them golden slaves. That's not really politically correct, so we shouldn't say that. But in this case, we're going to treat them as employees. So if you ever have employees that are sitting around doing nothing in your business, well, what a waste would that be? Right? If somebody's sitting there not doing their job, you'd, as a leader, want to get on that, especially if they're on your team, and say, hey, let's be efficient here so we can achieve the mission together. The same thing holds true with your finances and those dollars. Next, you can't manage everybody in your organization, and for your personal finance, are you going to be able to manage every dollar that you have? And how are you going to make sure each dollar is applied to your personal mission? And this comes down to law number 3. Employ each dollar with wise managers who know what they're doing. If you can do it yourself, great, but to the extent that you can't, trust others who know how. If you are going to do it yourself, don't invest outside your knowledge. Don't invest against the advice of wise counsel. And then the last one, and this kind of goes back to what I said when I originally joined the Navy, don't invest based on romantic visions of quick or impossibly high returns. This, going all the way back to Babylon, has gotten people in a hole. They made big mistakes when they've got a romantic vision that's not reality. In my case, it worked out even though submarines wasn't on my radar, and that's where I ended up. It certainly wasn't ships of the line. And if I had done more research, I absolutely would have known that and known what I was getting myself into. So I'm going to change the tone here just a little bit, and I'll explain why. Why it matters. Without intentionality and direction, your dollar employees could actually be serving someone else and undermining your vision and your mission. So I think this comes down to knowing what your mission is. And I want to touch on that word integrity again. So integrity is more than just not lying. Integrity has the root word integer. Same word as integration, that same root. Integer is, we think about whole numbers, it's wholeness. So when you think across your entire landscape of personal finance and your business, what is your mission, and does every aspect of your business and your personal life fit together to achieve that? For me personally, I'm a Christian. And so my life's work is to honor Jesus Christ. My calling is to help others be the best stewards of what they have to grow Christ's kingdom. And I find while not all of my clients are Christians, a lot of them are conservative, and we kind of share those same values. So for them, I want to make sure that when I'm investing those dollars, and in that effort to make sure that everything is matching their calling, that we're considering all the aspects there. And there's some things that people don't know. One is that there's an 80% probability that dollars invested by conservative investors are actively working against their interests. In fact, 25 cents on every dollar, because a lot of money gets channeled into those major companies, as we talked about before. 25 cents on every dollar in the S&P funds companies that are promoting abortion, addiction, human trafficking, and sexual exploitation. And we know there's a better way. So I've removed names, but here's some personal examples that we encountered. A mom volunteering at a crisis pregnancy center every weekend. Well, she found out her retirement accounts were funding the exact thing that she was trying to avoid with her volunteer time. And that was companies were paying for and profiting from abortion. It went against what she believed. And there's a better way for that. And she was able to make a change. Or a son who invests in home care for his alcoholic father. He had lots of health issues. Well, he found out his investments in alcohol companies were specifically targeting those who are the biggest consumers. And those are the people, and he was exacerbating the problem. For me personally, my business partner, Tom Sauer, is here. We have a company and we treat veterans for mental health, for substance abuse, And so for me personally, I want to make sure I'm not touching this because I don't want to create more of the problem we're trying to solve with the 600 veterans that we've helped have new lives, save their marriages, brought families back together. And lastly, a movie producer who was creating great anti-human trafficking films actually learned that their own investments were funding sexual exploitation through the pornographic industry. So these are all areas where we can make a change and kind of live through our investments with integrity. So just a note on Blue Jasper, I love building financial plans. I love helping people achieve their most cherished goals in life at the same time without undermining their values. I care about taxes a lot. You know, I love building plans where we can get down to $0 estate tax, $0 with IRDs, especially for those who are charitably inclined. I didn't think it was possible. I always thought it was a little bit of black magic, but it's absolutely possible. And when I talk to my clients, if they have to give $1 away, they'd rather give it to their favorite charity than their least favorite government organization. Also, just screening investments in our portfolios to make sure that we're profiting by helping our neighbors and not hurting them, not taking advantage of them or gaining from their expense. And then last, hey, how do we take wealth transfer and combine it with wisdom transfer? Everything we're doing today, everything we're talking about with leadership is wisdom. Because we know in general human nature works against us. It's only by convening like this, sharing those stories and life lessons, that we can help each other be successful with our mission. And that wisdom will die unless we transfer it on. I would argue it's more important to transfer the wisdom than it is the money. If you transfer money to your children, the next generation, without the wisdom, they could be in a worse spot than if you transfer that knowledge. You've heard of shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. You've got one generation builds up the wealth, the next one knows a little bit, they've learned from the parents, and then by the 3rd generation, the wealth has been spent because there wasn't that same effort to work and gain. So that's kind of what we stand for. Hopefully this was concise but very helpful as you think about your business and your personal finances and financial leadership. So thank you again for the opportunity.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up Sean Collins, who's going to talk a little bit about leadership initiatives in 2025.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sean Collins. I am a law partner at Stradling, Yonka, Carlson & Routh. We are a full-service law firm that is headquartered in Newport Beach in Fashion Island, but we have offices all over California. And I take great sense of pride working there. I work with some incredible attorneys there. But the topic of this conference is leadership. Now, when Sinan first came to me and said, hey, I want you to talk a little bit about leadership, I was a little bit confused. I was like, I'm an attorney. Most people want nothing to do with me. But he said, hey, you know, didn't you ran for governor? Talk about that experience. And in Sinan's infinite wisdom, I think one of the speakers earlier talked about surrounding yourself with giants, because giants basically make you up your game and enhance who you are and who you want to be. Sinan is one of those giants in my life. So I do want to talk. I did run for governor. I'll say that. Obviously, I did not win because I'm not the governor of California right now, but I ran for governor in 2022. Now, one thing I did learn about leadership and my leadership style in particular while running for governor in 2022, it was a defining moment for me. It actually happened while I was campaigning up in El Dorado County. So I'm moving up and down the state. I'm trying to hit all 58 counties. I'm actually in contention at a certain point in time to get the Republican nomination. And they have an event in El Dorado County where they have the top 4 Republican candidates at that point in time that would probably eventually go against Gavin Newsom to become governor of California, or at least run for governor of California. And I'll never forget it, at that event, which in El Dorado County, that was pretty much Brian Dolly territory, who ended up winning the Republican nomination. There was a guy who stood up after I had finished speaking. He had a Brian Dolly hat on, and he says, what makes you think you're equipped to lead this state? I was like, that's a fair question. I'd asked that question myself. And so when he asked it, I had a flashback to what I consider to be my defining moment as a leader, and it was when I was in Afghanistan. So I served in Afghanistan from May of 2011 through June of 2012. So I spent the year there. I was assigned to an Army Ranger unit. We were in Kandahar City. It was way out of my comfort zone. I was a Navy JAG. I was like Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men. I prosecuted court-martials. That's what I did in the Navy. But Afghanistan surge happens. They need JAGs. They don't have enough in the Army. So they say, hey, you're going to go live with this Army Ranger unit and be their op law JAG. Way out of my depth. So There was a particular day where we were on a combat mission in Kandahar City. We're stuck in traffic, which is a no-no in that type of environment because you are subject to hitting an IED and or being ambushed or attacked. So our truck commander basically told our truck driver, hey, take a right over here and let's go around the traffic. We take that right and we hit a speed bump. So I know nobody in here has ever been to Kandahar City. If you have, I apologize, but let me explain. Kandahar City has no traffic laws. There are people weaving in it. There's not even lines. It's just a road and everybody's just kind of zigzagging. Well, some guy decided he wanted to go around us on his moped and we accidentally ran over him. It was very tragic. Our truck driver's bawling his eyes out. So we get back to base. Our truck driver's still bawling his eyes out and they're like, hey, Sean, can you go talk to him? And I was like, well, why? I'm the Navy JAG. I'm not his company commander. I'm not an Army officer. I'm not an Army Ranger. What does this young 20-year-old Army Ranger want to hear from Sean? They said, well, sir, all of the soldiers love you. We've been here for 6 months, and they say you're their favorite officer. Even though you're in the Navy, they're in the Army, they love talking to you, and he's really worried he's going to get court-martialed. So you are the best guy to talk to him right now. So I go over, and I just put my arm around this kid, and I started crying with him because I didn't know what to do in that moment. And so I put my arm around him, and we talked. We talked for like an hour or so. Now, the biggest challenge I had in that moment right there was that kid was supposed to be on duty that night. Now, anybody who's ever served in the military, duty is a really big thing. I know that as a naval officer, but in a small unit of 20 people, when you live in Kandahar City, and the closest help that can help you is at the air base, at Kandahar Air Base, it's an hour away, we really need everybody to do their job when it comes to security at nighttime, especially when we're out there by ourselves. And it was his night to be on duty. And so they said, all right, sir, we really need you to convince him that he's going to have to do his shift tonight. I know he had a rough day, but he's got to do his shift tonight. And so basically what I decided to do, I was like, you know what, I'm not going to sit up here and give this kid an order to go up into the post that night. I'm just going to go up there and sit with him, and we're going to talk. So we talked about sports, we talked about life, we talked about what we were going to do when we got back home. And so I say that was the defining moment of my life. That was the defining moment of what type of leader I wanted to be. This is the story I actually told in response to the guy who asked me, what makes you think you can lead the state of California? And I said, you know, in that moment, I didn't think I had the ability to lead that kid. I was a lawyer. You know, I went back into my memory bank in that moment and I said, all right, well, I got an economics degree from Rice University. That's not going to help me right now. I got this law degree from the University of Texas at Austin. That ain't going to help me right now. I've tried over 50 court-martials in the military, murder trials, you name it. That ain't going to help me right now. What helped me was I had to care. I had to care. I had to let that young man know that I cared about him and that he was more than just a soldier that was serving under the command of a bunch of officers. So I use that as an example to say it defined my leadership of who I want to be, because the reality is you can read 50 books on leadership, you know, you can get all kinds of degrees, you can get all kinds of education, and those things are very important. Don't get me wrong, they're incredibly important. I rely on a lot of the education and resources and I read tons of books. But the world is so dynamic, you never know what's going to come at you on any given day. And I use that in my law practice to this day. So I run our consumer protection practice group at Stratling Yaka, and I defend companies against class action lawsuits. And we live in a world where artificial intelligence and just the pace of technology, the law is not linear. It changes every single day. I mean, just today, just this morning, I got an email from a client saying, hey, there's this new law that says that we have to comply with it because they're worried about artificial intelligence fakes with respect to advertisements. What are we going to do about that? You know what? There's no case law on it. So I'm going to have to be creative. I'm going to have to think outside the box. And that's one of the things that I actually really love about my job and about my area of the law that I practice. I get to be creative and come up with creative solutions for my clients. And, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why I love my law firm as well, because I work with a bunch of other attorneys, even attorneys that aren't in my practice group. We all think alike. We're very solution-oriented. So we're not just trying to solve a legal problem for you. We're trying to come up with ways to help you advance your business and their goals. So with that, I thank you for your time. My one little tidbit on leadership, like I say, I'm not an expert by any means, but it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when things will change. What's your leadership style going to be like when you have to adapt to unique circumstances? So, thank you.
All right, folks, next up we got Tom Peck, who's going to spend a couple minutes talking about organizational leadership in enterprise.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I'm the last speaker before Mark comes up and kind of wraps it all together on transformation. Thanks to the veterans in the room. I, like Tom and Colin, I'm also a Naval Academy graduate, did 10 years in the Marine Corps, and I've had various technology roles over my career, and I'm here to spend about 9 or 10 minutes just talking about Cisco. I'm going to try to cram 6 hours of content in about 9.5 minutes, and I try to think about what do we want to accomplish in a short period of time. And you know, I'm here, I've known Sinan for a while, and I'm here to nurture relationships. I already have meet some new people and figure out how we can get better together, help each other out. But during the next 10 minutes or so, if you learn something, that's great. If you don't learn anything, what you need to know is how hard it is to get food from farm to table at a restaurant. That's what we do at Cisco. We're all about food distribution. And let me just talk to you a little bit about who we are and what we're doing to drive change and how it's applicable. We're an $80 billion, almost $80 billion company. We're Fortune 51 on the list. We do what's called food away from home or food distribution as differentiated from like retail grocery. We get product from the manufacturers, the farms, the chefs that actually make the food. We get them to restaurants. Restaurants are about 62% of our customer base. We do cafeterias, we do resorts, nursing homes, prisons, military installations, airports, things like that. We do a tiny little bit of retail grocery, but that's our space, food away from home. If you think about that market in the United States, it's about a $370 billion business. In the 10 countries that we actually have a presence in, it's about $470 billion of food distribution. You just look at a couple of our stats, you can see the couple things there. You've probably seen our trucks, 14,000 of those trucks. When you see those trucks, that's good. You're probably eating at our restaurants periodically. And just to give you a little context before I talk about what we're doing in Cisco, in those 800 facilities that we have around the globe, and about almost half of those are in the United States, if you look at a typical warehouse or food distribution center for us, just some stats, each one is about 50 acres in size. It's about 8,000 square feet. That's about 30 CVS or Walgreens kind of combined together. Each site has about 180 trucks. We have about 90 plus doors. We're logistics and a supply chain business at our core. We have about 20,000 stocked items at a particular site, and sometimes upwards of 8 to 10 different temperature zones in those sites. And each site has about 760 routes that they do in the area on those trucks. And if you walk the pick route in those warehouses, about a mile round trip. So it's scale. It's logistics and supply chain at scale. And what I thought I'd do is just walk you through, big Fortune 50 company, what we're doing. So the perception or the optics might be, how do you drive change or how do you be a good leader in a big corporation? Some might argue or use the analogy, it's like moving a ship. You got to do it slowly. And I'm here to tell you there's some truth to that. But these are the 4 things as I walk you through just a couple of quick stories. We have to be good at entrepreneurial leadership. It's about not getting complacent. It's about ideating. It's about innovating. What do you do? How do you partner? Who do you partner with? It's about driving change, winning people's hearts and minds. You can't just roll out technology. You can't just roll out process change. You've got to really understand behaviors and norms and how to drive culture. You also need to understand what the implications of different countries and different labor laws and union, non-labor. But leadership is also about risk management. For those of you in the military, you may know the fog of battle. Things aren't always clear. You don't always have the information you need. So how do you make those decisions and understand how to mitigate those risks? And finally, it's about communication. Leadership is about inspiration and motivating and inspiring people to do what they might not otherwise think that they're capable of doing, right? It's very different than task management or management about managing tasks and budgets. So what I thought I'd do is I'd share just some real quick market context just to set the what's going on in the world, and I'll talk you through quickly a couple of our challenges. But if you look at the chart here, what's important is the blue line is basically retail grocery. Green is food away from home. Green line going up is good for our business. Green line going down, COVID, people don't go out to eat. We want you to go out to eat. You spend a lot more money when you go out to eat, of course. We have higher wallet share, but retail grocery has higher foot traffic. Hopefully that makes sense. So we want to get you to want to go out and spend money at restaurants, and that's good for our business. But you can see on the right-hand side of the chart, pre-COVID, post-COVID, we have what's called QSR, quick service restaurants. Think fast food. They were growing, but they haven't really recovered to the pre-COVID area or target. And the FSR, full service restaurants, they were declining pre-COVID and they haven't quite made up the ground yet. So we've got a competition, if you will, for your wallet. We've got pre-COVID, post-COVID. On the left-hand side here, you've got salary inflation. You can see a couple of the statistics here. On the bottom, labor is very obviously the highest cost in food away from home, to include our business, but at restaurants as well. But food costs, anybody paying more for food these days? Yes, of course. So are those restaurants. We pass those costs on to you, the consumer. But there's a lot of pressure on prices. It's not just food, it's labor. And in the upper right-hand corner, we kind of talked about that, the cost structure. But the biggest challenge that we're facing, that I'm facing as the leader of technology, and by the way, as the Chief Information Officer, I have all technology globally. I have e-commerce, cybersecurity, data analytics, AI, and somehow I ended up running all the inbound supply chain for the company as well. So all the demand forecasting, all the inbound trucks, the direct material sourcing. We have about $3 billion of food inventory, including perishables. But our customers are more sophisticated these days. They're more digitally savvy. The technology is allowing the switching costs. You can do price scraping right now. So what's our value if we're essentially a distributor and we sit between the farmers, if you will, and the production companies who make the food in the restaurants? So that's a little bit of our challenge. We came up with a strategy, our recipe for growth. We don't have time today to talk about the wheel. We're a food company, so everything's about recipes and ingredients. And bottom line is the recipe was to grow our company 1.5 times the market. So when I think about our job or what we're trying to do in a large enterprise, again, an $80 billion company, part of our job, my job as a leader, is how do I connect what each individual does to his or her contribution to growing the company, growing profit, growing sales. And if you read through this list, think about how much you can monetize if we take 1 minute off of a pick route. You heard me say earlier, 800 sites, 3 miles of walking through a warehouse. How many pick routes are we doing per day, per customer? 1 minute times, you get the law of big numbers, and before you know it, you start saving pennies of labor on a route, and before you know it, you've got a penny per share of earnings just because of the process improvement, the technology change. And if you read through this list, these are the problems that we're trying to solve. And when I think about 3 areas of what we do as a company, I'll give you a quick story on each one, then I'll turn it over to Mark. Customer and sales tech. In the old days, literally 4 or 5 years ago, our customers, again, think restaurants, would typically reorder from list. Okay, what I mean by that, when you go to Starbucks, when I go to Starbucks, I hit the reorder. I want that venti vanilla latte every time I go. Okay, I don't know what else is upselling or cross-selling. I'm missing out on opportunities. I'm not leveraging the loyalty program. We were a high-touch B2B company. Okay, and we had to drive a transformation to become a low-touch consumer-like company. And what I mean by that is I can't deploy lots and lots of people to sell and cross-sell. I need to better leverage the technology. So we rolled out a whole bunch of e-commerce solutions and AI capabilities. Today, about 80% of our orders are actually done online self-service. And we have the 5th largest website in the country measured in terms of revenue, not in users, but in revenue. Think about that, 80%, up from 20% about 4 years ago, 80% self-service going online. And what's important is if you're driving change in leadership, if you're a sales consultant, what are you thinking? I'm out of work, right? Well, no, you're not out of work. We're letting you grow and do business development on new markets, new spaces, new cuisine types, and get additional customers. So the automation, the self-service has helped improve profit margins and allowed us to redeploy people on other things. If you think about our warehouses, I talked about the size and the scope earlier. How do I take a minute out of a pick route? Okay, how do I reduce our spoilage and our theft and things like that? Two quick stories here. If you can better leverage the technology to route and get the product out from the higher end shelving in the warehouse down and ready to be picked, and I can properly route that warehouse worker through the warehouse, I can start shaving some costs and time and driving some of these efficiencies. So what we did is we experimented with some assisted reality. You can see that in the beginning. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Well, we found out it doesn't work so great in a freezer section, okay? But think about heads-up displays where it's telling you to go pick a box of tomatoes in this aisle in this part of the warehouse. What was better for us, you can see the handheld devices, the modern warehouse management, where everything is on a wrist and you're actually doing the scanning off of a finger pick. Everything is predictive. It's very prescriptive. It's telling you exactly what to do, when to do it, in what sequence, because the computer and the technology knows what to do. That was a massive change. Labor and the retention of labor and the training of labor is usually important to us. We had to work with unions. We had to drive the change. We had to teach people how to do it. And it was a great case study on how to change an organization that's been doing things the old way for a long, long time. And my final example is our fleet. We've got those 14,000 trucks that I spoke about. Some of you might have seen one of our trucks hanging off of a bridge in Louisville. Anybody see that in the news a couple months ago? It literally, there was an accident on a bridge in Louisville, and it was a head-on collision. It wasn't caused by us, but our truck driver swerved, and literally the truck was hanging off the bridge. We've got these Samsara cameras that are helping with safety. It's helping with AI assistance in generating routes. The routing and the telematics, if you're not familiar with telematics, it's a GPS type technology that's on these trucks. The trucks have what I would call like Waze or Google Maps or Apple Maps on steroids. It's actually telling you how to route a truck. A typical truck does about 8 to 14 stops per day. Very hard work. And again, fuel savings, time savings. How do we roll out these technologies? And what's really important for us is when you're changing or transforming an organization, or in our case, you're actually changing and transforming an entire industry. Do you lead? Do you follow? Do you fast follow? Do you white label and invent yourself? Do you partner? Do you ideate? Do you co-innovate? How do you share IP? Which vendors do you want to work with? You don't know all the answers yourself, so you're trying to figure out who do you want to do business with. And that's a big part of some of these technologies, and really talking to some really smart engineers and some really great thought leaders on how to reinvent food service. So that was really fast. I'd love to take questions, but we'll do that maybe tonight over cocktails. Most importantly, when you eat dinner, when you go out next time, depending on where you live, it could be a 80, 60, 70% chance that you're eating food that goes through our network, our supply chain, our logistics. In some places, it's less than that. But we have great market share, and enjoy your next meal. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you.
All right, folks, the final presentation of Impact 50/50. Please welcome Mark Samuel.
All right, thank you. And just to get us started here, I mean, has this been awesome in terms of the amount of just great knowledge, great experience, innovation, everything has been part of today. I know I've taken so many, how many people have taken some really cool notes about what you're going to do when you get back? I mean, there's just so much learning here. And so I want to just start by doing a real quick call out to Sinan for bringing us all together. Come on, I mean, this has been so awesome. And I just feel honored to be here, and it's just been So far, an amazing experience last night, fireworks off the charts, but today, the learning, incredible. I just love being part of good thinking, so stimulating. Now, my wrap up is about what are we going to do to take anything that we've learned today to both improve our businesses, improve ourselves, improve our leadership and our leadership teams. Just to give you a sense of where I'm coming from, my purpose, as we started from Doug Wilson's presentation, is I'm all about helping organizations achieve rapid, measurable, breakthrough business results and culture change at the same time. And when I'm talking about that level of change, and I work with mid-sized, large organizations, small ones, it really doesn't matter to us. But what I'm talking about is measurable results within 6 months. And honestly, when I was getting my degrees and when I had my mentors, that was impossible. No one said you could create any kind of culture change before 2 or 3 years. It takes time. Everybody has to go through training. It's totally not true. Absolutely not true. Your culture is based on your leaders. They're the ones who are creating your culture by what they do day in and day out. And so, and if you don't create a culture that changes, you can't sustain the business results that you want to achieve in years to come. Why? Because it's all about us. We're the ones creating it. So the question then is, how have we been able to get such fast results and have it be sustained over time? When I say over time, 5 years later, 10 years later, we're going back to measure and we're seeing the culture still exhibit the behaviors that we set out at the very beginning. So let me just start with a model that's really important. Kameen talked about it a little bit. I want to talk about it just a little bit more. Businesses are generally all about continuous improvement, and that is absolutely critical and important to do. You've got to keep improving, fine-tuning, all of those things on a regular basis. The problem is, when you improve, and the way to do that is find out what's not working so well and improve it, fix it. That may be a process improvement, it may be a skill development, it may be, adding a new system, whatever it is, you're taking what exists and you're making it better. The problem is, what you end up getting is a better A state. The problem with that is, sometimes improving A state will cause you to go out of business. What are we talking about? A Blockbuster. Great example. Kodak, another great example. These are organizations that never change their paradigm. And there are business needs, societal needs, that force us to change paradigm. Take my company, for example. I get great results. I've been getting great results. Literally, I've been measuring for 35 years. I've got thousands of teams and hundreds of organizations that have used our process to get breakthrough results, change the culture, etc. But all of my work is in person. And it's been in person. And if you were to ask me, I would tell you, you cannot do the kind of culture change work that I do virtually. Like, it's just impossible. You got to get people in a room, you got to get them aligned, they got to solve difficult problems together, they got to figure out what their future is going to look like, and it requires this face-to-face interaction. So my philosophy, my belief system was, this cannot be done virtually. Of course, then COVID hit. Now I have a choice. Stick to my philosophy and go out of business, or pivot. And that to me is why challenges take place in our society. In my viewpoint, big challenges occur to cause us to question our belief systems, our conclusions, our assumptions about how to get results. In that moment, I had to literally give it up, let it go. Get over myself around my philosophy and my way of doing things and what I thought was right, what I had experienced for 40 years in business, and say, if I'm going to stay in business, I got to find a way to make it work. And we spent literally 5 months taking our in-person programs and turning them into pure virtual programs. And we ran them, did it for organizations, and literally measured it 6 months later, like we measure all of our groups, and got exactly the same result. Now, do I prefer that? No, I still like in person. But can it be done when you have to? Absolutely. And just so you know, I'm generally working with global teams. I work with organizations in multiple cultures, whether it be the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, whether it's in Korea, Japan, China. It has made no difference what kind of culture people are coming from. Latin America, Europe, just doesn't make any difference. We've been able to get those same results. So the question then becomes, how do you do that? And how do you pivot fast? The key is you cannot do it through continuous improvement. You actually have to imagine a future state that takes you out of your current paradigm. And generally speaking, that future state is not determined by you as much as it's determined by your external drivers. Your customers, new technology, new levels and kinds of competition, new government regulatory standards, possibly new economic conditions, and even new societal trends. So you're taking everything outside of you, and what is the one thing they all have in common? The things all I mentioned right now: technology, government regulations, economy, societal trends. What do all those attributes have in common? You can't control them. All you can do is respond to them. So when it was talked about earlier about how do you have foresight, foresight becomes a lot easier if you know all the things that are changing, all the dynamics of the world around us, to see how's that going to impact what we do in our service, our products, etc. And while those can provide challenges, every challenge is an opportunity. What we do know is you can't just keep perfecting A state to get to B state. Never works. Now, what's the challenge in coming up with a new mindset? This is so bizarre when you think about this. When we were about 5 years old, we had one skill and competency that was so natural and that we loved doing, and we were so good at it. And it's called imagination. We would imagine ourselves as 5-year-olds as a policeman or woman. We'd imagine being an astronaut, a scientist, a teacher, a parent. We would imagine it, play with someone else, feel like it, embody it, pretend we're doing it. And sometimes for some kids that are 5, even 7 years old, they imagine being a professional ball player. And you can hear stories of them, how they kept imagining that until they were in the NBA or in some pro group. Imagination is great. The problem is, imagination won't give us enough of our skills and thinking to survive in society. So we go to school and we learn logic and we learn rational thinking and we gain skills and all this stuff. And so we replaced imagination with thinking. And that's not bad. But what's happened is we are so stuck sometimes in a linear thinking mode that we don't really recall or remember the fact that we've got imagination as a competency that's still in our system that we just haven't been using. So what we do, and we find, I have found this to be super helpful, is I always tell groups, imagine it's a year, 2 years from now. Imagine that it's a clean slate. You don't have to take any baggage from what your history has been as an organization. Now tell me, given that we know where we want to be with our business results, what is it going to look like for us to optimize our execution to accomplish those business results? In other words, you don't have to be plagued by history. Just recreate it. And you know what's amazing about that? Everybody who has been in conflict with each other all have the same imagination. We have to solve problems together. We have to make decisions together. We have to share information transparently. Not because it's in a book, not because it's some philosophy, not because it's the right way to manage, because it's the only way for us to actually get those results that we want to get in a more efficient and effective way. So we turn our new mindset into what are some of those collective habits that we need to have in place different than the way we were in A state. And then we look at how are we going to track it and measure it over time. And literally we have those discussions and people get aligned on a whole new, not only business environment, not only a business results, but on the business environment it's going to take from leaders to actually be able to execute on this. Now, here's what's really interesting. If you're moving from A to B and you get off track, how do you get back on track? This is my question to all of you. How do you get back on track? Do you look at the plan of going from A to B? Do you look at A and say, gee, the way we got from A to where we are off track was wrong, let's go analyze that? Or do you look at B to get yourself back on track? What do you think? Yeah, you look at B. You are the GPS for your organization. That's what leadership is. But that's not what we usually do. We debate, oh, we're going too fast, oh, we're going too slow, oh, let's go back to A, oh, this is too hard, this is too... And how often do we do that debating from meeting to meeting to meeting, going nowhere? The whole point is keep moving. No one knows the way to get to B. That's going to be adjusted as you go. The only non-negotiable is B. The only non-negotiable is where are we going and how are we going to get there? Not the strategy, not the actions. All that can change along the way. But the way we work with each other and how we define it doesn't change. So in organizations that we need to make changes even faster, so sometimes we have a requirement of an organization like a nuclear plant that is being regulated, having to change and improve in 3 months, both their results and their culture in 3 months, or they get shut down by the regulatory agency. That's how critical this is. So you know what they do? They start, every manager, and think about this, every manager starts every meeting with a 1 to 2 verbalization of here's where we're going, here's how we're going to get there, how we're going to work together in solving problems, making decisions, etc. And that is going to be the basis for every problem we solve or decision we make. Now imagine if every manager starts with what B is as their reference point for every meeting, how long do you think it takes to get throughout the rest of the organization? Not long, because everybody's hearing it over and over, and they're using it and applying it for every problem they solve, every challenge they deal with, and every decision they make. So we have seen in organizations that all we do is work 2 days with the leadership team within 2 to 3 months, multiple levels down, usually at least 3 levels down, can tell you what B state is, what that picture is, how they fit into it, and how it's going to be accomplished. So let's take that and say, okay, let me give you, there we go. Turn to page 2 and just take like 3 minutes and identify, based on everything that you've heard today, based on what you know about your business, just take a few minutes and identify what would be the 2 or 3 critical external drivers that's impacting your business. What would be the 2 or 3, if there was a breakthrough result for your business, what might that be? What would that be? And again, imagine it as 1 to 2 years from now that we have to achieve that. Possibly with what's the benefit to your business, either for your customers, your employees, or your shareholders. And then finally, at the very end, what would be, oh, thank you. What would be the 2 or 3 biggest internal challenges you have to accomplishing it? So just take a moment and do that to start to clarify what your direction is. Thanks so much. The clearer that you and your leadership team understand and keep articulating that non-negotiable B state, the faster the organization starts to move into it. What we do is, in the 2 days, we actually apply their new team habits of execution that leaders have to solving problems and making decisions. So they actually are using it before we even leave the session. And we set up meetings afterwards to continue it, so that meetings are no longer status updates or sharing information. We take that out. Meetings are the only purpose of meetings: solve problems, make decisions, and check the accountability that things are getting done. That's it. What are the problems? Anything that's going to keep you from accomplishing your business priorities. So you select what's most important. If there's any obstacle, breakdown, don't care what it is, use the group to solve it. And now all of a sudden everybody knows and feels that meetings are useful, because most meetings people think are a waste of time. But when we're solving problems and making decisions that we couldn't do otherwise, man, that's great value. And communicating with one voice when we leave that meeting, so that it demonstrates alignment. Now, what's the next key that changes things? And it was talked about before, cross-functional collaboration. But there's actually a trap in cross-functional collaboration. Because the problem is, when you've got multiple different departments, and you could obviously just add whatever your organization has in it, but there's always going to be multiple different departments and functional areas. The problem is everyone at that bottom is there to optimize their area. Sales is there to optimize sales. Ops is there optimizing quality products and services. Quality is there to ensure quality is in place. You know, they're all there designed to optimize. The problem is when they start talking to each other and with each other, they end up creating problems because they're at the silo level and they have competing priorities. How do those get resolved? Usually by someone above. Why? Because they're not in the problem, so they have greater objectivity and even more important altitude to see a third option that two groups are polarized around their way of doing things. But here's the real key, is if you can go up to that level, why not keep going? Because at the top of the triangle, all of those different functions converge. You can't tell the difference. And who always has that perspective? Who always has the perspective at the top of the triangle? Who? Could be the owners, but a lot of times owners come from one of those functional areas. So they're sometimes a little bit biased. There's one group who always is at the top. Your customers. You buy a computer, you check it out, you do the research, you get it, you pay the money, you get a beautiful box that's actually almost more impressive than the computer itself these days. You take it home, you open the box, and the computer doesn't work. You will not hear this next comment. Gee, I wonder which department blew it to cause my computer not to work. Why? They don't care. We don't care. So what you have at the top of the triangle is, what is the ideal customer experience? What's the ideal profitability for where we are in our business now? And what's our ideal culture? And for that, everybody at this bottom here has shared ownership and accountability for accomplishing it. In other words, I'm not there to make my department or functional area look good. I'm there to make sure we achieve our organizational goals. And what does that mean to have shared ownership? I'm not involved with every decision. That's too slow. I am accountable for helping to solve any breakdown that's going to keep us from having the ideal customer experience, profitability, and culture. I am there. I cannot be, this is your area, so I'm going to check out and handle my emails while I'm in the meeting. No. We are all critical thinkers there to solve problems. When you have everybody thinking at the top and then translating that down to their function, and it's no longer about making the function optimal, it's making the function effective for what we're trying to accomplish as a business, now you have a level of alignment around problem solving and decision making that changes the game and speeds everything up. The problem that we run into is people at the bottom are trying to convince people at the top that improving their functional area is going to be good for the organization. And that's a silo way of thinking. We've got to break down the silos, create that cross-functional accountability and shared ownership to speed things up. So, based on that, I'd like you to look at the next page and say, okay, what we're advocating here, break down silos, get everybody aligned at the top so that we're working for the good of the organization based on what we've decided we're going after, setting up ways to measure our execution, not just measure our outcomes, but measure execution linked to the outcomes. And my question is, if this were to apply in your organization for what you want to accomplish in the next year or 2 years, which level, senior leadership, middle management, or individual contributors, where do you think the biggest change is? Which group needs to transform how they show up, how they look at their role, how they demonstrate high performance, accountability, willingness to change, all of those things? What would need to shift in your organization, and which level do you think has to make the biggest shift? And just go ahead and identify that just by putting like a little X by it. And maybe you don't have many levels, so maybe all you've got is senior leadership and individual contributors. Great. Which group needs to make the biggest shift? Don't care how many levels you've got, just which one. And let me just do a quick ask. How many people identify senior leadership as the place you need to make the biggest shift? Couple, 3 of you, 4 of you, okay. How many? 5. How many people said middle management is the place where we need the biggest shift? Okay. And how many said individual contributors need to make the biggest shift? Okay, a couple of you, 3 of you. Now, here's the real interesting part. If it's middle management that needs to make the biggest shift, who needs to shift first? Your senior leaders. Because guess who's going to have to coach the middle managers in making the shift? Who's going to have to set the expectations for middle managers to shift? So in reality, whether it's middle management that needs to shift first or senior management that needs to shift first, you actually have to start with senior leadership to set the expectations, start moving and role modeling those expectations, and holding middle management accountable in that, if it's middle management, for a new and expanded role with higher expectations. If it's individual contributors that need to make the shift, where do you have to start? Middle management. Because it's middle management that's going to develop and coach and train those individual contributors. So they have to set the expectations. And the idea of this is your best shot always start at the top, get them to role model, get them to set expectations, get them to break down any silos, and that already begins to change almost everywhere else. And if you're going to make those kinds of changes, and by the way, when I talk about changing role, I'm not talking about changing job descriptions. Do you all get that? Job descriptions are very activity driven. They're never outcome driven. They're just kind of, here's what you do. I'm talking about what are you accountable for in terms of results in your role. That's what we're shifting. Now, how do you present this to the organization? And this is, to me, one of my favorite things that I've been working with every CEO that I'm working with today that is just awesome. First of all, when we're changing an organization, we have to talk about the external drivers, because as leaders, we're in rooms where we're discussing external drivers, but then a lot of times we go out and sell a change, but we don't provide them the context of the external drivers, so people don't understand the why. The why is not because it's a good thing to do. The why is because we have to do the change based on external drivers. And so I'm never, ever asking for buy-in. What I am doing is giving people a sense of the environment that we have to respond to, and that's so logical for people, they just get aligned with it. And again, no matter how big the change is, there's always external drivers that are explaining it. But understand The most important thing is people are motivated by hope. Hope is the driver for everyone. Just as human beings, we hope our diet is going to work. We hope our exercise program is going to get us fit. We go into all of that with a sense of hope. We hope that the car we're buying is going to be better than the last one. We operate off of hope. Now, where does hope come from? Your B-state vision, your B-state, this is the environment we're creating, this is what we're going to be going after. And so it gives people an automatic sense of hope just by talking about your B-state, your new picture of success, your vision. But what's really key in that is that for us to achieve the hope, here's how we need to play together. We cannot achieve our hope if we're not sharing information openly. We cannot achieve our hope if we're not surfacing problems so that we can solve them. We're not achieving our hope if we don't communicate well. So it's really easy then to set your hope up, and then what are the key expectations that are going to change in the organization that we want to focus on? People will see that, and then the fourth thing is describe the benefit in terms of what's in it for you. And what's in it for individuals is going to be career development, advanced skills, a successful organization, a really solid culture where we're not beating ourselves up and blaming each other, but cooperating with problem solving together. And now people see where they're in it. And then the very last thing, end with hope. But you're restating hope as a conclusion from if we make these changes in our based on expectations, and you're advancing in your career and your development, it's a no-brainer that we're going to accomplish our hope. And that's what turns people on. I've had every CEO that's applied these 5 steps in almost every communication, reminding people of the hope, the B state, setting the expectations of what the culture is, talking about what's in it for people. People get on board, they're excited about it, and we've literally taken what I would call resistant cultures, negative cultures, and literally turned that around. So that's, to us, how you can actually get faster results. Imagine it. And just remember, whatever problems you have in A state, many of them actually disappear when you look at what B state involves in terms of new ways that people are collaborating. We literally took a group where there was so much conflict between 3 different functional areas that before we got them together, they strategized separately how they were going to attack the other 2 groups. And everyone was expecting us to come in and start with what are the problems, let's solve them together. Did none of that. What I said was, what do you need to accomplish in a year? How will you optimize working together? And then we set up all the habits. It was easy. And then 2 people came to me at the end and said, but we never got to talk about our complaints. I said, well, I want you to look at your complaints and look at the new environment that you've all agreed to and tell me what you observe. And they literally did that. They looked and they looked and they looked because we had it all on the wall. And they said, well, none of our complaints will exist in that environment. I go, right. Don't take so much time to solve every problem. Create an environment where those problems don't exist. That's the fastest way to deal with it, because now it's systemic. So, the very last thing that we want to talk about is that you can have a B-state vision, but let's not forget, you're still operating from A-state. What do you need to embody as the leader and creator of what your future is? How do you embody that? Because it's your embodiment that actually creates B-state. It's not like it's out here, it's in here. It starts within us first. which is why we have to mentalize it. Because if you can't think it, you can't become it. But the cool part is, if you think it, and you can start to describe not just the purpose, but how we need to be showing up as leaders, how we need to show up in our teams to become it, now all of a sudden we can then compare what we're doing today to that and start making the change. And with that, I want to bring up back Kameen to kind of circle back on the work that she started with you on, because I want to make sure that we're matching what those traits were with who you need to become, and we start to bring together everything that today that you've wanted to integrate into the change for your organization. And the only thing I'm going to do just before that is, if any of you are interested in a free video to clarify your personal purpose and vision and what that looks like and what that would mean, I've got a little video, kind of a step-by-step little process to help you do that. And all it takes is either going to bstate.com/gift or doing the QR code. I don't do technology. I'm too old, guys. Give me a break. Do use the QR code and you can do that. But right now I'm going to bring up Kameen to finish us off here by circling around from what our business change is to who we need to become.
So thank you, Mark, and great presentation.
Thank you.
So all I want you to do is, as you start
Biased.
I'm not biased.
Go ahead.
To think back to where we started today with the VIA strengths. And for those of you who have taken it to now, when Mark was talking about how the fastest way to instill that change is through inspiration. And to find out on your VIA strengths, where is hope? Where is your hope? If it's not in your top 5, you just bundle it up to your top 5. You use those skills to then start to think, how am I going to go back to my team? If it's individual contributors that you have to talk to and inspire them, how can you do that from, if you have a core of honesty? Because those individual contributors, having been a global VP in the past, they are looking for transparency. They want to know that you're being honest with them. If your kindness, how do you bundle that hope with your kindness to say, look, this change may be unsteady for a little bit, but we have got your back. Our senior leaders know where we're headed. Because I've been a part of some changes where, as a middle manager, when they came back and I was at Gateway Computers and they changed the logo and we're like, no, because how could you do that to us? And they were trying, we hadn't had the Kool-Aid. And so it's part of the leadership team, as Mark said, is you are, in my work, because I work with individuals, you're the spiritual head of your organization. That's what you're communicating down. And you owning that and you speaking from your strength, from that flow of those top 5 strengths that you have. And sometimes that would be a place where we need to pull up bravery. We don't really know. I've been put in charge of a large matrix organization, and I'm like, I don't know how to communicate that this is going to work. But I pulled my military background and showed them, the operations of it. But I used bravery to tell them, and a vision and hope, and that we know where we're going. This is what we're up to. So using your strengths and helping those to be, and using even those that may be, again, they're not your weaknesses. They're just not the values in action on the day that you took the survey. That's all. So you can pull those in, figure out how to communicate it so that they feel that authenticity and that they know that there is a pattern and a path that has success in mind for them. So that's the transform your business, transform yourself. You are that leader of that transformation, and then now being able to step into it and give them that vision that says, We know where we're going. We need everybody, leaders at every level, and being able to inspire that change. So thank you.
Well, and yes, and please tell them a little bit about your Courage to Thrive movement that you've created and the documentary that you've almost finished.
Super quick. I am doing a documentary on Courage to Thrive, which uses this particular assessment and another one, but it's really about helping women stand in their power and women own their value and their strength and understand, because one of the things, especially I think some of you leaders who have women leaders, that they might set aside what they've done in the past. And so it's about the whole person integration and being able to leverage those gifts and abilities in the world to transform the world and help the world be a kinder, gentler, more thriving place, and uses my military background as well. So thank you, Mark.
All right.
Thank you. Awesome. Well, there you have it. Impact 50/50 is officially over. That was awesome, Mark. Thank you so much, as well as Kameen. Wow. We're all going to take this into our lives and into our professions. And everyone in this room, right? We're a family here. We got each other's backs. We're going to live out our best version of ourselves at that next 50-yard line. That's why we've appointed you an Impact Award. We actually have a judge. Okay, his name is Tom Buckley, former mayor of Lake Elsinore. I have no idea why he's our judge, but he's actually pretty good, because he'll validate to make sure that the integrity of that award is there. We'll do a press release, we'll send it out to our entire database, and then we'll give you the option whether or not you would like that press release, but we'll follow up with you on that. Hall Roosevelt created our award. You'll have this beautiful nameplate on here, and you'll be able to put this in your lobby, your house, wherever you want to put it. Okay, I put them right above my bedpost because I'm like chairman of the year every year. It's amazing. I've never lost. I give Kai one too, like event planner of the year. She's like, no thanks. But these things are really special. So take advantage of that. And here are the awards, okay, that we've appointed you for. Now, if you want those edited a certain way, or if we don't represent your industry just right on the button, just let us know. We'll edit that. We've got like 5 of these things because we don't want to bring them all the way from California. So take a photo in front of our beautiful sign that they created for us, and then that could be something you could use on social media or your own respective industries. We're going to go to one last slide, which is just a reminder of what's coming up, okay? I took that picture like 2 hours ago, okay? I'm so sorry for doing this to you guys, right? Because look at how nice it is outside with paradise. So tomorrow's our free day to do activities, enjoy the beach, enjoy the pools. There's like 5 of them. You got to find all of them. It's amazing. And it's the weather. I mean, God is on our side. I mean, every day it was forecasted to rain, and I haven't seen really much rain. So good news there. Enjoy the beach, enjoy the weather. Tonight we're having dinner at the Catalan Beach Club. Okay, be there at 6 o'clock. Because I pumped you with so much knowledge, I actually added an extra hour to the bar. Okay, so we're gonna party tonight, okay? And with that, I would just like to say, for the activities, anyone who hasn't signed up or want to do it, and again, that's optional, because staying at this resort and just hanging out at the beach and the pools is an activity in itself. Reach out to Caroline, or we'll follow up with you. We just sent an email out to remind you all of that. And with that, Hall, welcome to the jungle.